All right, everybody, checking in. Running a little behind schedule this evening. Sorry for that. Trying to deal with a bunch of technical glitches. Good stuff. So, mute this guy. Mute that out. All right. So, audio check. Is anyone hearing me talk? Hey, all right. See it. Let's get over here into the live chat, everybody. All right. Good evening, all. I'm starting from indoors tonight because it's still bloody, ridiculously hot outside. I was working outside for a little bit, trying to get all the stuff gathered to start working on the PCX this evening, and it's 97 degrees under my gazebo in the shade. Ouch. So, anyway, I am going to get all of it set up here so we can do our normal routine. And if I can get everything out of the way, I apologize, I'm not looking at you. I am trying to figure out what I'm doing. Okay, here we are. So we got a handful. Let me get down to the bottom of the list. Audio checks, sound everybody. Music in the right. Ah, thank you. It didn't drop the music. It didn't drop the music. Let me get rid of that. Why you no drop music? Okay, so how's audio now, everybody? I had to rebuild a rig and do a different setup, so I'm not quite in my normal routine here. Hey, Jeff, thanks for that. Good to see everybody, I hope. Audio doing good. 650 says everything's good. Okay, good deal. So I'm not sure what the music was. Hopefully no more music, unless it's your own music. All right, let me check in with everybody here, see who we've got. Looks like we got a handful of the regular suspects. We had Kyle Tucker drop in earlier. Gonna drop back in later. Okay, cool. Wait, what? From Dallas. Anyone else riding a Can-Am? Well, I haven't been riding mine for a while, so we'll see if anyone else chimes in. 4 props in from Yuma. Howdy. 650. Can't wait to see the adventure. Yeah. Well, we're hoping that everything goes off without a hitch. I still have a lot of prep to do on that bike, so this weekend is definitely my starting point, and hopefully I'm not going to have any more work, so I can focus on getting that thing ready instead of last minute like I always do. Eric, hey man, how are you getting down to Cannonball? Are you flying, trucking, driving? What are you doing with your scoot this year? Let's see what we've got. The rear wheel. Hey, that rear wheel for the PCX was actually pretty cheap. I got it through Partzilla, and I've got a horse we're dog sitting, and I've got a Labradoodle that's really tall. Partzilla had that wheel for like 140 bucks or something. It was really cheap. They only had 2 of them, and I thought, man, I'll snag one. So it was a cheap deal. Normally almost 300 bucks for those wheels. So I figured that would work. Dan, I hope we're able to catch you for a little bit. I will kick off the drawing in about 10 minutes. I'll start at around 7:20, 7:25, something in that range, to let everybody have a chance to get in. And when we get to the drawing, I'll give credit to who donated it to me, so I can donate it right back out to the community, because this was a really neat package that I got from somebody. So very cool. All right. Trying to get down to the bottom of the list here. Mama Mac, howdy. Okay, Eric says he's hauling to Seattle, then riding with Gildo and the others. Okay, cool. How far of a ride is that from, I guess he's in Portland, or where is he? I remember he was up north somewhere. Yeah, that's not my dog. He's a Labradoodle. He's only about 2 years old, and he's still very much puppy, and it's just nonstop energy. We can't get him to shut up. He's being quiet right now. Susan, thank you for the for the super chat. Thank you so much. Dirt Rider, that's a good question. I didn't get my reservations in early because I've been so busy with work, and I knew that Cannonball was going to be kind of a focus for me. So I didn't didn't get them placed early. So now there's wait lists and all of them are being snapped up as soon as they come in. So hopefully sometime around, oh, sound is only on the left. Interesting. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I'll see if I can figure out why we've only got one audio channel. So we got test, test. 1 and 2. Let me see if I can figure it out. We should be in a blend mode. Let me see if I can change it. Well, I might have to punt on that for a few minutes. We'll sort it out. So yeah, anyway, I'll get a 150L when I get back from the Cannonball maybe, and we'll see how that plays. I do want to do a comparo on the small bikes because I've got a Honda 150 dirt bike. I've got my XT 250 and then the 150L. So they would all be pretty close to each other. It'd be a neat comparison. So Eric says 1,500 miles. Cool. That's a good long haul. That's 3 days, right? How many days or how many miles are you going to pull per day? Nate from Arlington. Howdy. If I missed anybody, I apologize because the chat is way behind already. Troy, heavy guy, 400 pounds, 5'10". Cheaper adventure type bike you would recommend? KLR. Yeah, KLR would be able to haul you okay. You might actually look at the it's not cheap, but something like the Africa Twin or Tenere 1000 would be plenty powerful. They're just kind of heavy, so it depends on if you're comfortable with the weight and the stature of those bikes because they get fairly tall. But with your weight, the ride or sag of settling the suspension should be reasonable. I can't ride them because I'm I'm short leg, can't touch the ground. Joe, howdy for checking in. Mama Mac, no, I did not sell the Riker yet. It's still sitting in the warehouse. I was hoping to have time to do that before the Cannonball, but I don't think it's going to happen. Unless just something magic happens in the next 3 or 4 days, but no. Eric, San Antonio. How's it going, sir? Tanner got your XR. Okay, tell us about your XR, Tanner. I'm interested. I'm less than super enthused about it because it weighs almost the same as my XT250, and the XT has got more power, more torque, and more ground clearance. So, the Honda is a cheap bike by its price point, but hopefully quality isn't cheap. So, let us know what you think. Buffalo Outdoors, how's it going, sir? Mike Rivera, 94 in Tennessee. Yeah, it was 102 when I started working this afternoon, and just 20 minutes ago, it was still 96, 97 under my gazebo. Ouch. All right. Big McNate, West Virginia Panhandle. All right. Cannonball Prep, considered a bottom plate for the PCX. Yes, I saw 444's problem. I might be able to put that picture up. 444, one of the guys on my Discord server, has a PCX 160, and he just took this big road trip and managed to hit a chunk of a brake rotor on the highway and put a giant hole in the bottom of his engine case. That thing's done, KO'd, done. It's totaled out. So he's going to have to get a new either engine case or a whole power plant from another PCX and swap it. But there was a cop that also hit the same thing. He posted another little short video. A state trooper or somebody ran over the same thing and was sitting on the side of the road leaking oil too. Sucks. Eric, 5-day stop in a wine country. Gilda, cool. Yeah, wine stop. Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be fun. Yeah, mine's going to take about 5 days to get out there. I'm, was it 2,000 miles and change? Something like that. T-Star Direct Dude, hey, how's it going? KLR 650S, that's a good point on the rider that was asking about the middleweight ADV. You might want to look at the weight capacity of the KLR, make sure that it's good. I mean, 400 pounds, it shouldn't be a problem for that bike. But I don't think he would need the S being 5'10". So, yeah. And there's the dog, already going. All right, going to try to catch up. Uh, somebody said they sold something. Susan, you sold your CTX 700 for a Rebel. Nice. Well, thanks for the feedback on the Rebel. That's awesome. How do you compare, or how do you like the 1100 Rebel compared to the CTX? I mean, obviously there's more power, but seating position, you know, cruiser to cruiser, what are your thoughts on that? Troy, KX500 as a kid. Yeah, one-legged, no kidding. Yeah, the KX500s, those are huge, man. Dirt bikes with, you know, 34, 35-inch seats. Preston, in New York City? What are you doing in New York, Preston? Did you move? I thought you were further south. Dave Strait. How's it going, man? Antwerp. Howdy, Captain Hook. Going to be using a support truck on the Cannonball. I bought a spot on the support truck, so I might be offloading some of my crap so I can ride fast and light during the day. I'll keep my emergency kit, you know, flat kit, stuff like that, tools with me on the bike, but I might offload some of my other junk to the support truck. So if I break down or bike goes, you know, off the side of a cliff or whatever, then I do have a support truck. But I'm not riding supported in any other capacity. So it's just going to be running. We'll have 4 or 5 of us caravanned up together. Neil is pulling his S-Max with a trailer, and he's always got tons of tools. So I'm sure whatever we need to fix, we can fix. I missed a couple of other comments. Sorry, it's going fast and furious, and it's 7:16. I need to go get the giveaway, the first giveaway. Where was I going to do? How's it going to work with? Yeah, okay, so VW, yeah, you're asking the same question. I can ride solo. I mean, I'm used to being self-supported, but we want to caravan up and have a handful of us, pretty much tourist class kind of a thing. We're not really in this to win it. It's to complete it. It's an endurance thing, not a race. So, Cannonball Run, that's a good question. It starts in, I just had a brain fart, California. I'm going to pull it up. Eric can answer. Keep wanting to say Santa Rosa. It's not Santa Rosa. ScooterCannonballRun.com. You can go check out the route on ScooterCannonballRun.com. Route map, San Clemente. I don't know what, I've got like a brain block on that city name. So we're starting in San Clemente, California, and it's an 8-day trip. We'll be headed east across the country, and we end out in Hilton Head, South Carolina. It's 3,170 miles is what the route says. So we'll be averaging, I don't know, 420 some odd miles a day, which is shorter than, than the 21 Cannonball. We had some 520, 540 mile days in there. It was pretty brutal, especially on a little bike. John, yes, I am an actual person. Super Cub and Navi, awesome. Yeah, that's a good combo right there. I've been riding my Super Cub a lot more lately than I had for a long time. My other ones are sitting at the warehouse, so I've got more space in the garage and just small boring it. Shane Sharp, what's up from Nashville? 650, no, Adrian is not doing any work on his PCX because he's not riding this year. He had a family engagement that he wanted to do instead, and I totally understand that. That's awesome. Henry, like the YouTube videos, missing a scooter replaced piston. Ooh, yeah, that's a big job. Thanks, appreciate that. Thanks for the feedback. So what scooter? How to replace a piston? What kind of scooter and how did it die? Oh yeah, Preston. Okay, Billy Joel concert. How was that? I've never seen Billy Joel in concert. Oh, I made you spend money, did I, motorbike? Yeah, I'm not a good example. Eric, we're moto camping. Almost all the entire route. We'll probably find somebody that we can, camp on their floor a couple nights, get showers, that sort of thing. Neil got hotel one night. I think it was in Los Alamos, and there was one other location. But beyond that, we're just sleeping on the dirt. Cheaper. Nathan, how's it going, buddy? I haven't been doing any prep yet, McNate. I'm trying to get it done. So tomorrow I'm going to start doing a big video series. Some of it I might live stream. I don't know that I'm going to advertise. I'm just going to go live and do as I do so I can get the stuff done. But I will be recording it, and I'll try to put some videos out, maybe on the loadout portion and a couple of the very quick maintenance options that I'm doing on the bike. But beyond that, a lot of the videos are going to have to wait till I get back from Cannonball, because I've got 7 days, 8 days before I've got to be on the road. More space for Twinkies. Nice. Canada. Hey, Darren Burns. How's it going, sir? Haven't seen you in a while. Camper Dude. No, I'm not using the trailer this time because Joel at Kipmoto has been extremely busy. He's just been swamped, and I haven't been able to coordinate a new hoop or hitch for the trailer. So the PCX would have to have mounts off of the bottom of the rear shocks and have a custom hoop or drawbar, whatever you want to call it, made. And we just haven't had time to get that done. So maybe sometime after Cannonball, when his workload slows down, hopefully, we'll see. Troy, yeah, Goldwing would do it. Yeah, they can haul anything. Gene, hey, I got a Facebook one in here. Albuquerque, yeah. We won't be going through that part of New Mexico. We might be on the way there. I'm not sure what our route is going to be going toward California, but the other direction, we're going through Los Alamos. I'm not sure if we're going to be passing through Albuquerque. I'd have to look at that map. But you can pull up scootercannonball.com/route, R-O-U-T-E, route for you on the other side of the pond. And you'll see the exact track. There's a map of it. It's pretty cool. You were mentioned. I'll mention you, Scooter. How are you, man? Clint from the Beaumont area. Hey, you're almost a neighbor. San Clemente. Yes, you got it. And I'm 5 minutes behind. Okay, way behind. Let me put you on hold for a moment. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get the giveaway, and we're going to kick this off for anybody that's on a short schedule tonight. And just so you all know, I haven't even opened this box. All right. Pardon my absence. Okay, so this is the giveaway for tonight. It is a rear rack for an ADV 150. This was donated to me by Brian Alvis, and he contacted me after my last live stream in April, so it's been 6+ weeks ago. And he said, hey, I've got an extra rack, something about a bet. He lost a bet or something like that and ended up getting 2 racks and didn't need the other one. So this is a rear rack for an ADV 150. I have not opened it. I'm not sure that I want to open it. I might just leave it packed up. But for anybody that's got an ADV 150 and you want a rear rack for your bike, here you go. We're going to kick it off. So if you haven't seen one of the live streams before, how I do this is we have a keyword, hashtag, and whatever the keyword is, you have to type it into the comments below. It has to be all together, no spaces. Capitalization doesn't matter. You just can't have spaces in it. So it's got to be hashtag and whatever there is there, hit enter. You can do multiple entries. Please don't spam it up. If you think you mistyped it, you can type it again. But you only get entered once for each drawing. So ADV 150. Hey, Alan Antonio. All right, here we go. I'm going to kick off the drawing window, and here is our keyword for the night. Doink! There you go. Got a 5-minute counter. So I'll keep watching comments here, and we'll keep chatting. But everybody needs to put in hashtag ADV150rack. Hashtag ADV150rack. Hopefully you've got an ADV150 that you can use this on, but yeah. So thanks again so much to Brian Alvis. He just sent that out to me. He didn't even ask for any shipping or anything. It was really cool of him. I'm going to try to get my other window up here so I can watch your comments. There we go. Okay, so trying to get further back in my history that I missed because I was 5 minutes behind in the comments before we started this. John Boy, don't think I have enough bikes. Yeah, you got that right. I've actually thinned down, John. I had 26 at one point, and I've thinned that down. I'm down to 16 now. I've gotten rid of about 10 bikes. So I need to do more, get rid of more, I should say. A handful of them I will never get rid of. They're just going to be permanent fixtures to the stable. But the ones that I'm not riding that much anymore, like the Riker, I do need to go ahead and liquidate and get something else that I can enjoy. Okay, so trying to catch up. Susan was saying she has 3-inch risers. No way she was going to be able to tolerate the 1100. Yeah, the forward bar position on the Rebel is pretty sporty, so definitely leaning forward a little bit. I've gotten used to it with mine, but I still do want to put some risers on mine. I've actually got 2 sets of risers that I just haven't installed. On the R6, hey man, sorry you're late, but yeah, cool. All right, 3 more minutes left on the clock. If you have not entered hashtag ADV150rack and you have an ADV150, type it in, man. Gus is in on the Rebel 11. How's it going, Gus? Trying to catch up. Oh, Gregory, you've got a CT125 and an ADV150. Lucky dog. Okay, so Tanner is saying the XR is great for the price. Sorry, I'm covering up my countdown clock. Cool. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm anxious to get one and play with it. Let's see what we've got here. Eric says he's got my back, sleeping on the floor. Cool, man. Yeah, we may borrow your floor a couple nights, especially if it's raining or crappy, you know. Make our life a little easier. Trying to go down the list here, see what I missed. I missed a lot of good comments. I apologize not being able to put everybody up on the screen here. I'll cover up my clock if I do, and I want to keep that clock up there. Minute 47 still on the clock to type in the hashtag to get in the drawing for tonight. It's the first drawing anyway. I might have another one, depends on how long we go. Shane, hey man, thanks for the well wishes there. Yeah, business has picked up, and it's how it always works. Is right before I need to go on vacation, things are going gangbuster, and then I have to stop it. Damn. I'm not missing the Cannonball though. Come hell or high water, I'm doing it. John, hey John down under, hey buddy. How are you, sir? XR150L and another CT Posty, nice. Yeah, I wish we had the 160 version that Mexico has. It's basically the same bike. It's an ag bike, and from what I understand, it's fuel injected instead of carbureted like the 150 that we're getting. But yeah, whatever. Tim, afternoon live stream. Nice. Yeah, I was gonna do an afternoon one, but it was just so friggin' hot out there. I had to take a break. I'll take you out there in a little bit. I've got my phone that I can take out there as a mobile camera. I was trying to set up a wireless streaming rig, and I ended up having to rebuild some of this one, and things just weren't working, so I punted and started over. Okay, 22 seconds. We got 24 people in that count. and I will spin the wheel. We'll see who gets this ADV 150 rack. Courtesy of Brian Alvis. Thank you, Brian. I've got a couple of other donations that have come in lately too. All right, 3, 2, 1, and that's the game. All right, let's go over here and we are going to spin the wheel. See who wins the rack. Justin Meadows. Kia, I saw you in there, and I know that you have been doing that. Justin, congrats. You just got an ADV 150 rack. And we'll maybe I'll open that up and show you what's in there, or I'll just send you pictures or whatever. So Justin, send me an email at quasimotard@gmail.com, and let's coordinate the shipping details and all that, and I'll get this thing out to you. So hopefully you got an ADV 150 to put it on. All right, let's get back to live chat. All right, there we are. Now let me go look at all the stuff that I missed in the other comment stream. I do apologize. Too many things going on here. Oh, there's the window. Okay, where were we? Scooter, show the hole in the PCX. Oh yeah, man. That's just brutal that happened to you, man. That sucks. So Scooter is 444 on my Discord server, and that's just nasty. Let me see if I can pull that up. You guys got to see this hole in that lower case. That sucks. Yeah, man, hit that thumbs up. Thanks. Gene, on the way to San Clemente. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely keep you in mind for that. Thanks. All right, let me catch up. I'm going to go to the bottom of the list. I apologize. I'm skipping a whole bunch of people because so many comments came in during the giveaway. Justin, all right, you got an ADV. Cool, man. Perfect fit. And Kia, yep, awesome. So you're loving that ADV 150. Awesome. Cool. Is Travis still running on the same ones? Or has he gotten a new toy for the stable as well? Oh my God, Gus. Thank you so much. What are you doing, man? That's insane. That's the gas fund, all right. You got that right. That's going to be gas and beer. We got to get you out on one of these Cannonballs one of these times. But there's no big bikes, no 1100s, man. The 279 cc's is the limit. And it's got to meet 3 of 5 criteria to be classified as a scooter. So like step through or 10-inch wheels, or, it's got all these different necessities that it's got to meet. Otherwise, it's just a motorcycle and it can't compete for points. Awesome. Thanks, man. That's just amazing. Okay, going backwards through the list, see who I missed. There are so many. Robert, that's a good question. How much does it cost to do the Cannonball? If you can moto camp it like we usually do, then it's a lot cheaper. If you have to do hotels, it gets real expensive real fast. A lot of the hotels throughout the Cannonball, Eric in here could probably chime in because he's done the hotels. He could tell you they're $250 to $350 a night a lot of times, so that gets real expensive. We moto camped most of the trip to and from, and about half of the Cannonball last time back in 21, and my total expenses on the Super Cub pulling the trailer were under $2,000. It was like $1,927 or something like that. And over half of that, like $980, was hotels, food, and incidentals. The rest of it was just, consumables, tires, oil, stuff like that. So under $2,000 if you are frugal and you figure out ways to not stay in hotels. Stealth camp? Okay. Gus, Robbie, okay. Hey, Robbie. We'll find. Hey, John. It's Quasi is easier. That's a long story on the name, but it's a mix of French and Portuguese and whatever you want to call it. It's Latin derivative. Quasi, almost. Motard is a form of racing, motard racing. And the channel's namesake is my XT250. I put street radials on it for long distance touring and commuting instead of knobbies. So it was almost a motard, but it still had a large front wheel, a 21-inch front wheel. True motards have 17-inch front wheels. So it was almost a motard, quasi-motard. There you go. A lot of people used to flame me in the early days saying that, oh, you're making fun of disabled people. I'm like, what? No, it's not retard. I am a retard, but yeah, no, that's not what the channel name is. Gregory, yes, fresh belt, fresh sliders, fresh everything. Oh, you caught one through Pennsylvania. That's awesome. The Super Cubs did so well. They had absolutely zero problems. We ran through consumables, chain, tires, things like that, but we had no mechanical problems. Nothing. Not even a flat tire. It was insane how well those things performed. And the trailers had zero problems, just no problems at all. I kind of expect the PCX to perform the same way. The belt longevity could be an issue for, just prolonged high-speed running. But we're not going as far this time around. It's going to be just a little over 6,000 miles for me instead of 10,000 like it was back in 21, just because the start and end points aren't so far north. So, but yeah, fresh parts, fresh maintenance right before I leave Houston, and should be good to go. Connie, yeah, yeah. Well, it was a play on words, motard, retard, but I can call myself a retard. I don't like anybody else to call me a retard. Oh yeah, just 40 minutes away from you. That's cool. Yeah, this year, this time through, I'm going to try to live stream more. I'll have a live tracker that's running. I suppose I could throw a few sponsor ads in here. I didn't get geared up properly enough for it before tonight started. But anyway, I've had a couple of companies reach out to me to offer sponsored gear this time, and one of them is SIZApp, SIZZAPP, SIZApp. It's a GPS LTE tracker. And what I'm going to do is I'll have a live tracker running on a live stream following me on the road all the time. And when I can log in, or when I have connectivity, I'll jump in like with a phone right here, a remote camera, whatever, and I'll be able to add myself into that stream as a remote camera. When I'm not connected, you'll still be able to follow my path wherever I'm going. So if anybody wants to meet up with riders as we're going, you can follow the official GPS tracks on the website, scootercannonballrun.com, or log into my live stream and figure out where we are and kind of our projected path. So it might be kind of fun. Be able to get some cheerleaders along the way. Is chick, yeah, you're feeling it too? Have you noticed it? Well, I'm sure you're hearing it in my voice. Houston is just getting out of hand. The aggression level around here, and the drivers and the cagers are just out of control. It's insane. If I had time, I would have pulled up some dash cam video from my truck. Some guy about took me and 4 other cars out just right here next to my neighborhood. 2-lane road, there's always cars parked along the right side of the road. He came flying around a bunch of other people at 80 plus miles an hour, and they're stopped cars as I'm approaching him, and he barely squeezed between me and clipped the car that was parked and almost clipped the bumper of my car at 80 plus miles an hour in a 30 zone. Why? Calm down. I need out of here. I need out of here, man. Okay, where am I going? Mobile 14T. That's a good question, Gregory. I actually went today and picked up the Honda oil because I normally run HP4M in the official Honda stuff, and it's been extremely good. It doesn't burn any oil. It's just fantastic. Unfortunately, there's none of that HP4M to be had. I don't know if it's out of production or what, so I'll probably be switching over to Mobile 14T for my subsequent oil changes. So we'll see how that goes. Oh yeah, there's Eric's answer, and I'm 2 minutes behind. I'm trying to keep up. Hotels, $2,000. Food and beverage, $1,000. Consumables, $500. Tires and spare parts, $1,000. Blah blah blah. Wow. So let's do the math. 3,500, 4,500. Yeah, Man, that's expensive. But of course, Eric is up in Canada, so he's got shipping costs and a little bit further to go than a lot of people. So, yeah, I don't envy you. It's crazy. Don't call me Shirley. What's your vector, Victor? Uh, okay, tuning the Navi. Hey, Scott, I actually got a fresh Navi carburetor. I'm gonna leave the new carburetor, the factory fresh one, intact. I'm just gonna put it on the bike and see if it runs better. The reason I haven't gotten back into the Navi projects is because I want to do full, you know, scientific and get some metrics to prove things out. So I've got an O2 meter, wideband O2, but I need to drill the factory exhaust and put the O2 bung in there. So that's why I haven't done that yet. Anyway, the factory carburetor, the original carburetor that's on it, I'm going to pull out of there, I'm going to rejet it and figure it out and figure out why it's so screwed up. But it'll be interesting to put a brand new one right out of the box on the Navi and see if it runs better, because mine is just horribly, horribly rich. It always has been. Robbie. Oh, PCX parts, cool. Okay, yeah, I'm going to bring brake levers, spare sliders, the normal stuff, and we're going to have things to change belts and all that. I've got a brand new belt on it right now. I'm going to take another spare. So yeah, we should have plenty of PCX stuff. All right, trying to keep up, trying to keep up. Jeff, yes, SCBR is every other year. We used to be on even years, but because COVID delayed the 20 Cannonball run, it got pushed to 21. Now we're on odd years. There was discussion about maybe doing a consecutive year to get it back on even years, but 22 was too fast, and they decided 23 would be the closest one. Jeff, good question. I'm at 9950, 9500, something like that. Just a little under 10,000 miles on my PCX right now. And I have not done my valve check. The one that's overdue, the 8,000 mile one is overdue. You're supposed to check it every 4,000. The last 2 times I've been in there, it didn't need anything. But I've been running it longer, harder, faster than I had before. So it's probably about time to change it, or check it rather. So that's one of my tasks that I'm going to dig into beginning tomorrow. I'm going to strip all the plastics, pull the front end off because I've got some other stuff I need to do. I'm going to pull the rear plastics, the trunk tray, all that nonsense, so you can get in there to the motor, and I'll be sure and record a video. I might live stream it, but I'll probably just do a video on that one. John, no, I did not get pulled over with a trailer, ever. Not once. In fact, several times on the Cannonball, both Adrian and I, were caravan together for the whole trip. We had sheriffs, state troopers, local cops, whatever, kind of giving us the hairy eyeball, or we thought they were giving us the hairy eyeball. They're following kind of close to us and looking at us, and we're like, ah, crap, we're going to get pulled over. And they would get up next to us finally, and, we'd look over at them, and they'd give us a thumbs up and just keep on going. So they were more curious about the trailers than anything. The trailer in Texas, anyway, does not require a tag or registration if the gross weight is under 250 pounds. Done. No problem. So we didn't have any problems with it anywhere throughout the USA, and I've pulled that trailer probably 20,000 miles now on all the different bikes combined. No problems. Okay, where am I going? Gladys, hey, how's it going, man? From forget to pack some preparation H. Yeah. Adrian and I wondered if we were doing permanent damage to our butts on the Cannonball last time, but we'll make it. The Airhawk cushion really makes a lot of difference. Right in the middle, how's it going? Okay, I'll try to catch up. Playlist for music or audiobooks? That's a good question. I've got 2 or 3 different playlists on Spotify. And usually I'll queue up whatever mood I'm in at that particular time. And I've got 200 or 300 songs in each list. Most of them are downloaded, so if I'm not in range of cell towers or whatever, then at least I've got it for offline. I don't think I could do audiobooks, though. That's an interesting question. It might divide my concentration too much. Yep, Connie, that's it. Silicone, I've tried the silicone ones. They're not as good as the Airhawks, in my opinion, because you can adjust the density or the pressure on the Airhawks. Any plans on new bikes, Troy? Yeah, I'm just going to get back into my my motocross roots and adventure riding and stuff that I haven't been able to do for the last few years. I'm looking very much forward to getting off road and doing some adventure camping. Uh, if I remember, there's another development that's coming maybe this fall. No new toys at the moment for Travis. Two monkeys, Super Cub Trail, and ADV. Okay, okay. You're gonna have to start storing them inside at some point. You're gonna be as bad as me. Service manual for the ADV. Yes, yeah. You get those factory service manuals. They're awesome. Pictures or video when you do the case. Oh man, if you're gonna tear that thing apart, it depends on how soon you do it. I might come up there to Austin area and visit you if you don't mind, and we'll just do a video shoot on the whole thing. That'll be really cool. I haven't split one of the PCXs before. I've done plenty of other small engines and scooter engines, but I've not dug into the PCXs yet. So that'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Sonics. No, it's just sheer determination and will. That's it. That's it. I don't know if I've got any better genetics than anyone else. I've learned to turn off pain to some extent and just soldier on and deal with it later until it piles up so big that it's yelling at you too loud that you can't ignore it. Shane Sharp, yeah, that's a common question. If I had to get rid of all of them and only two, then I already know which ones it would be. It would be the CB500X and the Super Cub. Those would be the two that stay. I always say the CB500X would be the one, but you know, since I've gotten so fond of the Super Cub, there's no way I could ever let that thing go either. So it would have to be those two. Uh, yes, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Eric. You guys got pulled over. I got that on video too, but I didn't get my camera started when we saw you getting pulled over. And we were laughing our asses off at you because you guys were hauling and we thought you were going to get ticketed, you know, pay the city fund there. Eligibility 10-inch tires. Yeah, VW. That comes down to it needs to meet 3 of 5 criteria. So as long as it meets other criteria, you know, there's like a total of 10 criteria. So you got to meet 3 out of 5. So that's not bad. Thorin, hey, from Denmark. Awesome. Thanks for tuning in. What time is it over there? You've got to be 4 or 5 hours ahead of us. You need to race the Cub against the 70 Beal small. Yeah, man. We were getting 72 to 74 downhill with our trailers in the mountains. Now, on the other side, it was terrible. 26, 28. Brutal. Bill, great question. I'm going to try to catch up here. I didn't even have the nerve to get into that footage for a couple of months. Once I finally started loading it into the editing station, categorizing it, normalizing it, figuring out what I could use, what I couldn't, there was a lot of lost footage because of, you know, audio problems or glitches or one thing or another. But I would say it was a 3-month project for me to get through all those videos. So yeah, 4 if you include the staging time. So yeah, it was a lot of work, whole lot of work. And it's going to be brutal. That was just shy of 2 terabytes worth of video that I had. And I was only recording with one camera most of the time. I had what I'm looking at you on right now, actually. It's the Hero 7 Black is the camera that I used. And it just had little 128 gig memory cards. That's the biggest it could take. And I managed to get all that video, you know, tons and tons of SD cards and all that. No offloading, no laptop, no nothing with me. And that was how much video it was. This year, coming, I've got 2 Hero 11 Blacks. I've got an Insta360. It's not down here, I would show you. 360-degree camera. And my Max, GoPro Max 360 camera. So I'm going to have 4 cameras. They're going to be running pretty much all the time. And I'm kind of roughly estimating somewhere between 8 and 10 terabytes of raw video before it's processed or anything. It's going to be brutal, and I'm a one-man guy, a one-man shop. It's going to suck. It'll be fun, but it's going to suck. Howie 230 Dual Sports, they're good. They're a little buzzier than the Hondas, but they're good. They're very good off-road. In fact, I think the Cowies are probably better than the Hondas off-road. until you get into the real dirt bikes, you know. But as far as the dual sports, they're different. Um, I thought about doing competitive, but I don't think so. I'm just out there to have fun. If I wanted to do, that might change. We'll see. If I want to be competitive, we've discussed that. Then I will just run ahead and we rally up at certain points or whatever. Because the way it's scored is gate to gate and day by day. So the points reset every day essentially, and then everything is added up at the end to figure out your scoring. So if I feel competitive on certain days, then I might just take off. We'll see. We talked about that XL 150 earlier, John. I'll try to come back to that. I'm running behind. I'm going to get one probably in July when I return from the Cannonball. Jeff Shad top case. Yes, it's excellent. It's very, very good. It's the SH39. The 36s are the side cases. The 39 is the top box, and it's excellent. You can get 2 full face helmets in that thing. It's amazing how much crap you can shove in there. It keeps eating and eating and eating. Hey Nick, how's it going, buddy? Nicholas Ringle. How are you, sir? How are you liking that new? It was a KTM, right? What do we got? Miguel, yes, I've always enjoyed smaller bikes. I've gone the whole gamut, you know, from little to small a few times, but as I get older, I'm just not needing to do all the go fast crap that I did when I was younger, and I enjoy slowing down and smelling the roses, getting less tickets, not paying those city funds. Yeah, 14-mile round trip on the, yeah, that's perfect for the Navi, because it's got limited range, you know, maybe 70 miles on a tank if you're lucky. Um, I considered doing the Cannonball on the Navi, but we're going to be crossing the mountains multiple times, and I know that I would be stuck at maybe 20 miles an hour, 15 to 20 miles an hour on the Navi, and it would just be painful and somewhat dangerous. So I decided the PCX is probably the better way to go this time. What do you want? What? Go, take off, Rudy. Okay. Hey now, easy on those tards. I'm a tard. A good sidecar bike. Oh, that's a great question. I'm running 5 minutes behind again. Sidecar bike. Generally, you're going to need something above 300 cc's to do a sidecar, because of the extra weight and the drag and everything. And it depends on if you've got a rigid hack, which is, you know, tied in and triangulated to the frame, or if you've got a leaner sidecar, which allows the motorcycle to lean and the hack stays flat on the ground. Different styles, but generally you're going to need at least a 300, probably 500 cc to be able to pull a sidecar. Nicholas Thomason 97. Another one from Australia. Hey man, from down under. Thanks for tuning in. What time is it down there? Good God, it's got to be 8 hours plus ahead of us. Okay, trying to catch up. Shane, that's a good question on the Rebel 1100. I really like it. It's a great bike, but I'm not as married to it as a few of the other bikes. The ergonomics on the 1100 are a little off for me. I enjoy it, and I don't have any plans of getting rid of it right away, but if the Transalp 750 makes it here, the Hornet, which is based on the same platform, or even better, if the NT 1100 ever shows up here, which is kind of unlikely at this point. But the NT 1100 is a touring platform with the Africa Twin 1100 motor in it. If that comes here, the Rebel's going away, and the NT 1100 is going to be in its place. Troy, hey, tarp and ridgeline and 210s. Yep. Yeah, I used to do basically lean-tos and pup tents for decades when I was younger. I started moto camping and doing crazy adventures when I was 14. Well, actually before that, but on the road with motorcycles when I was 14. And we didn't have fancy camping gear back then because it didn't exist. You had big heavy tents, or you had a little tarp, and you know, you get a bedroll and a sleeping bag, and you just lay that on the ground, put the tarp over you, tied to the bike. Done. 10:45 a.m. in the future. You are a day ahead. Nice. Nice. 10:45 a.m. Awesome. Other side of the world. AM 250. Okay, so Soren is 250. Nice. Middle of the night. Thanks for tuning in, guys. It was such different time zones. Okay, trying to catch up. Oh, T Star Trek dude. I always butcher your name. Okay, so the PC that I've got, that'll be a long answer. Let me see how far behind I am. It's i7 9700K, so it's about 3 years old now on the processor. 8 core, 64 gig of RAM. I've got a, oh God, how many terabytes? I've got 22 terabytes of storage in it right now, and 8 of that is NVMe, so real fast storage. Video card is a NVIDIA RTX 2070 Ti. So it's about a 3-year-old editing station now, but it still hauls ass. It's pretty good for crunching. But when I got it and I started editing video with that thing, I was doing 1080 video, 1080p, and it would just eat 1080, just done. I mean, I could go through scrubbing timelines, and I would hit encode and go, and I would have enough time to walk downstairs, grab a drink, go back upstairs, and it was done encoding like a 15 or 20-minute video. Editing in 4K, different story. Totally different story. It's brutal. And a lot of the video that I'm doing now off of the GoPro 11 and my 360 cameras is 5.7K. So it's overloading it. I need to get a newer processor and probably step up into the 4000 series RTX cards. Okay, so Darren, that's a great point, and I've got a mosquito flying around here that I'm about to freak out and smack. I wondered about that, doing the raw footage, because then I don't really need to do any editing. There would be a lot of me doing dumb shit and screaming and cussing at stupid cagers on the road, but whatever. Good point. I might do that. Thanks, Eric. Thanks for watching those videos. They're long, they're slow, they weren't cinematic or anything. It was more like a rolling diary of the event as it unfolded. I didn't leave all of it in there just for length. But I still have all that raw video that I could post one of these days, I suppose. Nick, you loving that KTM? I saw you were taking pictures. You were out off-roading that thing. Good man. Good man. Glenn, good morning. Dino, I'm not a fan of the Forza. It's a fantastic scoot. It's very capable. It's just fugly in my opinion. I don't like it. It looks like a pregnant whale. I just don't like it. Now the new Forzas, if we ever got those here in the States, look great. They're very angular, they're smaller, they're just more athletic looking. Until Honda brings that here, I think probably the middleweight scoot that I would get next is the X-Max, Yamaha X-Max 300. Good looking scoot. And it can run, 85 miles an hour down the road all day long. Shane, how much more speed do you think you'll change getting roller weights? I don't know. It depends on the how that thing is set up. Usually, if you put sliders in, you can get a little bit better top speed and a little bit better acceleration, but you've got to work on the weights and get it just right. Don't know. That's a hard one to answer without more info. And I'm not real proficient with the GY6 Chinese stuff. You can ask Scooter on here or 444 in my Discord server. He's got some GY6s that he's put stupid miles on, like 70 or 80,000 miles, crazy miles. So he's the pro. Yeah. The Transalp was confirmed. We just don't know when it's coming. It could still be 2 years out, knowing Honda. I'm hoping not. We'll see. Hands smell skunky after touching the rubber. That's interesting, Angus. I put the foam over grips on mine. Look up Grip Puppies on Amazon. I forget who actually makes them, but the brand name or the product name is Grip Puppies. And it's a foam over grip, and you just slide them right over your existing grips, and it gives you a little bit more girth on the bars to hang on to, and they reduce vibration. And the worst your hands are going to smell is, from like that neoprene rubber stuff. So, Tim, good question. On the trailer tire, it still looks new. I might take you guys outside in a minute. I'll see. It's getting darker. I'm sure the mosquitoes are probably in high fashion right now. The tire on the trailer still looks new after 20,000 miles. Same with the front tire on the Super Cub. It's got 15,000 miles on it or something like that now. It still looks brand new. It's crazy. Gregory, that's a good question. Over 1 million miles on 2 or 3 wheel rigs yet? Yes. I went between 1995 and 2002. Well, I guess it was about 94 through late 2001, but let's just round it up. So in a 7-year span, I put down 1.2 million miles on 2 wheels. I was doing 150 to 160,000 miles a year commuting between Houston, Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Tulsa. It was kind of this big loop that I was doing for consulting and contracting. And in that time, I went through 3 Gold Wings, 2 Kawasaki Concours, an FJ 1100, a FJ 1200, and a couple of other bikes, a couple of Harleys that I had, little Sportsters. And I just burned through them. I was going through tires so fast that I had to buy, I had one bike sitting in the shop getting a tire on it while I'm burning another one down because I was doing, 10,000 plus miles a month. It was insane. Crazy, crazy. So yeah, my lifetime total on motorcycles is a little over 2 million miles now, roughly, probably 2.1. And if I include all the cars and trucks and everything else driving that I've done for work, I'm probably in the 4 million mile range at least. A lot of gas and oil, a lot of tires. Paradox, hey, how's it going, man? Yeah, I hope that we actually see that NT 1100 here, but it's already been in Europe now. This is the 2nd year. Um, I think they're going to treat us like they did with the ADV or ex-ADV 750 and the Forzas and all those. I don't know if they're coming here. Oh my God, James. Yeah, if I were to, the days are going to be shorter this year on the Cannonball. We've only got 410, 420 mile day, I think, is our longest one. Average road speed with that is going to be high 40s, but you've got to factor in all the fuel stops because it only has a 1 gallon tank. And it's a much faster 1 gallon tank than the Super Cub because it gets 70 miles to the gallon, maybe, at full open. So it would be 14 to 16-hour days to do 450-mile day, let's say, going through the mountains and everything else because the speeds are going to be down to about 35 average. Brutal, brutal. Oh yeah, yeah, perfect. Thomas, yeah. I figured that's who you were. Peabody, hey, how's it going, man? No, I don't own a T-Dub. I've ridden them many times. Uh, didn't you just get a XR 150L? I thought I saw you chatting on Facebook about the 150s. No, I have not had a T-Dub. They're fun, but they're not that great on the road. If you want something that can do on-road, off-road in the Yamaha family, I would say the XT250 is a much better animal. The T-Dub just runs out of steam above 55 miles an hour, and the big balloony tires aren't the greatest for highway use. Glenn. uh, yeah, yeah, screaming and cussing. Yeah. Uh, I try to keep it family friendly for at least this channel, but anybody that knows me or has ridden with me knows that I can put most sailors blush. Pitch and tents, hunting blinds pop up. Yeah, well, yeah, there are some of those self pop-up tents and all that. The problem is for motorcycle camping, they're too heavy. They're too big, they're too heavy. If you're pulling a trailer or something like that, then you might have room to offload that. But most of those pop-up tents are just ridiculous heavy, like 30 pounds. Okay, trying to make it. Hey, you made it. Lazy diabetic, you made it. All right. Pops up like an umbrella. Yeah, I've seen those. And they've got some of the other ones that they're like those window shade things where they've got the tension wire in them, and then you fold them and roll them together, and they end up like a big disc. And then when you take them out of their package, they go doing and pop up. But the problem is, you know, their diameter is like this. Where are you going to store that thing on a bike? Susan, yeah, the NT1100 would be great as long as they keep the seat height reasonable. Eric watched all the SCBR videos. Yep, yep. Okay, thanks for that feedback, Eric. That means a lot, man, because you were there. But the one thing that I wanted, and I don't know if you ever found it in your footage, is if you had video of Adrian and I going through the tunnel of trees, and he and I are just, you know, in perfect sync. And I was seeing it from my perspective going, shit, I wish I had a camera behind this. It'd be so awesome. Because we're running flat out, you know, 55, almost 60 miles an hour, just banking those corners and with the trailers and everything. I would have loved to have had a third person view of that. It would have been excellent. Captain Hook, how do you contribute? Well, if you like to contribute, I would appreciate anything. You can do the super chats on here, but YouTube always takes so much money out of it. They take, you know, 30 or 40% or whatever it is. But you can do super chats. You can go to buymeacoffee.com/quasimotard, and you can do one-time donations there. Anything you want to donate to the cause, I would greatly appreciate it. If you go to my YouTube page and click on the About button along the top there, it'll have several different links in there for the social media stuff and donation links on PayPal and, you know, Venmo and Buy Me a Coffee and all that. So yeah, that'd be great. Coffee money, pizza money, beer money. Yes, grip puppies. They're fantastic. I've got them on at least half of my bikes. I love them. $15, whatever they are, it's cheap. ADV 160, that's a good question. I'm thinking about it, but what I'm really hoping is that Honda decides to grace us with the 350. That's a good question. Scooter on here, 444 on my Discord server. He's got a lot of experience now with the with the PCX 160, and he's been having issues with his, and that kind of puts me off a little bit. And I've heard other people saying similar things about the 160 motor, mechanical issues, and it is not nearly as fuel efficient as the old 2-valve motor, the 150 like I've got. So I don't know. It's a question. I like the look of the new one. It's more angular. It looks pretty good. I don't know. We'll see. Eric knows. You didn't have a headset with us though, Eric. I'm 7 minutes behind. I got to catch up. You didn't have a comms with us. You should have been on a comms with Adrian and I, man. We had some interesting conversations, and I didn't record all of those because I was out of batteries, and I'm fixing that for this trip. They're going to be everything's going to be powered off the bike, so, and a big honking battery pack. Trying to catch up. Doesn't make North Americans. Yes, you got it. Hey Jeff, good to see you, man. Yeah, small bikes and scooters have sold so poorly here in the United States for decades, so they're very gun shy about bringing that stuff here. I wish they would, because I think the market has changed now with mini motos being as popular as they are, but yeah, that's just me. Gregory, that's a good question. Reports from Europe, where these things are used a whole lot more vigorously than they are here, people are saying that you can get anywhere from 40 to 60,000 out of them without any major rework or problems. If you really take care of them, there are high mile examples of them out there with 70 and 80,000 miles without any problems. So I would think 60,000 is probably a reasonable number. We'll find out. Mine's going to have 18 on it by the time it gets back from the Cannonball, I think. Okay. Yeah, you got that right, GY6. We never get them on time, ever, seems like. Lone Rider tent, yeah. The Lone Rider and the Red Ver's Atacama are very similar tents. I don't know who came first or who copied who, but they're both very nice tents, and depending on which Lone Rider you're talking about, if it's the one that's got the garage that you can pull the bike in. That's the same as the Red Verse Atacama. Those are great, but they're 26 pounds. So really, it's heavy. Brent, hey Brent, good to see you, man. Trying to catch up. I'm so far behind. I'm gonna speed read. Speed read. 2022. Yes. Yeah. So that's the kind of the drawback about the 4-valve motor. It's not that much faster than the 2-valve, and it's a lot thirstier because I routinely get 96 to 102 out of mine, and that's at freeway speeds. So the 2-valve motor is much more efficient. That is for sure. Honda 250 scooter, too heavy. You're 70. Okay. So which one do you have now, Connie? Paradox Workshop mod for the Navi. Well, I can get 55 out of mine on a good day with a tailwind, but that's about it because the CDI starts limiting it. It doesn't really feel like a rev limiter as much as it's just it actively decelerates. It's a very weird feeling right around 54, 55 miles an hour. With sliders and potentially a different front pulley, just an upgraded CVT, it would probably do over 55, but this, you're working with limited power. So okay, so he's looking footage of the morning ride in the fog. Add more. Yes, that add more light was great, wasn't it? And it wasn't just the add more, but the those STL Speed Tech lights, those flashing strobes. Those things were awesome. That was coming out of Marshfield in the fog, Marshfield, Wisconsin. It's crazy. Robbie, 70 on the PCX, more in the tank. Kind of, sort of. It's all air resistance above 55 miles an hour, so you just start running out of power. If I'm in disturbed airflow and, or, if wind is behind me or something like that, or disturbed airflow, I'm behind other traffic, it can run along at 72 at maybe 3/4 throttle. When you open it up even more, it's going to start running out of steam about 74, maybe 76 miles an hour. But you're running out of power at that point because it's all pushing air. So PCX 3,000 miles, no problem. Slightly better than ADV 99 versus 103. Okay, cool. Cool. 70 to 74. That's on the 160, correct? GY6? The 150 tapped out at 62 to 63. It would run into the rev limiter. When I did the variator upgrade on it with the different weights and the Dr. Pulley variator, it gets 72 to 74 all the time, 76 under the right circumstances, but it's always drag limited. I never hit the rev limiter. Oh, Glenn, you got something to cover your bikes. Good, man. Oh, your stuff, you said a tornado ripped through. What was that? Ooh, Brian, you lucky. ADV 350. They got all kinds of stuff over there, man. If you wanted to get the XADV 750, you can get it over there in Spain. We can't get any of the fun ones here. Andrew, yeah, I thought about the DAX as well. I'm 3 minutes behind. I'm trying to catch up. The DAX is cute, but the way I look at that one is it's the worst qualities of the Monkey and the Cub combined, meaning you get the smaller wheels that come on the Grom and Monkey instead of the bigger wheels like the Super Cub has, and you're stuck with the 1-gallon fuel tank of the Super Cub and the 4-speed semi-automatic transmission. So I think it would be okay as long as they keep the price point low enough that it makes it an attractive buy underneath the price of the Super Cub or the Monkey or the Grom or something like that. If they price it almost the same, I don't really see the benefit of getting the DAX, other than just a nostalgia looks kind of a thing, because you're basically getting a Cub with smaller wheels. That's it. Okay, where am I going? Jeff, thanks for tuning in if I didn't miss you already. PCX down. Scooter, yeah. Okay, so yeah, Scooter has got a well, it's a Chinese some junker whatever GY6. He's got 100,000 miles on this thing, So if there's anybody that can answer your questions on GY6s, there's your guy. He told me that a few months back, and I was like, insane. But now you've got to tell the truth on that one, though, Scooter, because you've done a lot of work on it. Am I correct? It's not been 100% reliable. You've replaced parts and you've done work to keep it in that running form at 100K, I would assume. Brent, good question. Because I don't have my trailer and I can't carry, 4 extra gallons with me. I'm just going to do a 2-gallon no spill can right in the hump. I wanted to build a custom fuel cell. I just ran out of time. It's too much, too many projects, not enough time. So I got a rack for the center step-through tunnel, and I'm going to strap a 2-gallon no spill can on top of that with rock straps and whatever else. So I can get roughly 200 miles to a tank, and that's 2.1 gallons, and then the extra 2 gallons. So that should give me just shy of 400-mile range, ideal circumstances. So roughly 370 miles to bingo fuel. But we're not going any really super crazy long distances between fuel stations this year. I think our longest stretch is like barely 100 miles between stations. So there's plenty of opportunities to stop and get fuel. That's time killer though, because everybody wants to talk. 76. That's a good, yeah, that's good fuel economy. Gregory commented that pulls harder than the ATV. Yes, I think so. I think a lot of it is really because that was a brand new bike when I was testing it, and it did not have the upgraded sliders or variator that my 150 had. So there are a couple of other minor differences. That older PCX is a 153cc engine. I think the ADV 150 is a 149, so there's a couple cc's difference. But supposedly the newer engine is more efficient, so who knows. But yeah, I'm running a Dr. Pulley performance variator and sliders in that PCX 150, so it helps a lot. Doug, bicycle ride, cool. Doug is riding, so prep the SCBR, listen to the feed. Cool, man. Yeah. So what are you doing on the ADV? I know you're wrenching, so I'll just wait for your response later. We gave away an ADV 150 rack earlier. Too bad you missed out on that. You probably already got a rack. But yeah, time's getting short. I've got less than a week. I need to be out of here next Saturday, early in the morning. Crack it on. Okay, where am I going? If I'm going to do another giveaway, I guess I better queue up whatever it is. And I'm going to eat pretzels in your face. Okay, where am I going? Planning on buying one? Are they worth the money? Which, who, where, go back. Oh, there it is. Benjamin. Planning on buying one. What are you going to buy, Benjamin? The ADV 150, 160? Which one are you talking about? Sean. Hell yeah, man. Wasn't it crazy? The humidity is just insane. Out here in Katy, I was prepping to do all this live stream tonight out on the back patio under the gazebo. I do a little wrenching and showing this and that. When I started this live stream at 7 o'clock, it was still 97 degrees in the shade in my gazebo. I don't want to be out there. Connie, yeah, new monkeys are 5 speeds. But if you're talking about, referencing the DAX, for example, the DAX still gets the 4-speed transmission just like the Cub. Semi-automatic 4-speed. Yep, ADV, Honda website, new motor, yeah. Yeah, they're talking about the 160 now. I don't know when we're going to see it. Glenn said, straight line win. Gotcha. Cool. So, were all of your bikes and scoots in the garage at the old house? Did they take damage or what happened? Scooter, yes, had a ton of work, yeah, I'm sure. How far does that go before you need to re-ring it or do top end work on it? Dino, okay, I got it. Can't wait for the DAX to come. Well, the DAX is going to be smaller and more nimble feeling. It's not going to be as fast as the PCX, not by a long shot, and she's going to have to shift. So hope she likes shifting. Frank, hey neighbor, how's it going, man? Cool, man. Yeah. Sorry, there's a crunch in your face here. Uh, I've had a lot of people asking if maybe we can get a meetup, kind of, South Texas, South maybe Central Texas meetup. So when I get back from the Cannonball in late June, maybe 28th or 29th, when I get back from South Carolina, maybe we can arrange some kind of a meet for everyone here in the Houston greater metro, or maybe go a little bit further north and get people from the Austin Round Rock area too, and we'll just kind of converge somewhere middle ground and have a little meet and greet, ride, eat pizza, drink beer. Where am I going? Oh, every time I go to grab a comment, it disappears. Where'd it go? Gus, hey man, thanks. I don't know if I should be anybody's hero. I'm a bad influence, man. But yeah, I do motivate people to get out and ride. Hopefully, that's the idea. That's the only reason I do the video and put up with all the headaches of editing and all that stuff, is to share the ride. I don't like normally doing this. The face stuff. I don't like it to be about me. I like it to be about the event, the ride, the bike. Get out there and do it. Enjoy it. I'm just a goober that likes to ride bikes. Frank, no, I haven't ridden the 150L yet. Several people in here in the chat tonight have said that they've got theirs and they like them. So I will be getting one probably mid-July, or whatever the availability is. When I get back from the Cannonball at the end of June, I'm gonna go hunting around at dealers and see who's got one. I would like one in white, and everyone's telling me that their next allotments are black. I'd rather have a white one, but I plan to get one and compare it against my CRF 150L dirt bike, and also my Yamaha XT250. All three of those are carbureted. They're roughly, similar in stature and performance and everything like that. The XT250 is obviously beefier, but the weight is almost identical to what the XR150L is. So I think it'll be a good trio, a good comparison. So we'll see how that goes. Eric, yes, I have ridden those, but they don't work in humid environments. If you wear one of those cooling vests in a humid environment, you just feel like you're sitting in a sauna, because the water doesn't evaporate from the under vest, underneath your riding jacket to cool you off. Out in the desert or anywhere that we're in more of an arid area, they would probably help. Yeah, it would work. But you got to be ready to feel a little bit soggy. Okay, so Scooter's saying the original board was done close to 100,000 mark. This board's got 30 on it with no problems. Cool. No issue with the lower end. That's surprising. I would figure the Chinesium rod would give up, but that's pretty cool. Surprising. What brand is it? The scooter or the motor, whatever. Hey, yeah. I've been chatting with Honda Pro Kevin. He and I bat messages back and forth every now and then. He's a great guy. Love him. From what I've heard from the dealers around here in Houston, is they'll be available on the order sheets as early as mid-July, second or third week of July, but that doesn't mean that's when they're coming in. So we don't know. We'll find out. What I might do with the proceeds from my Riker is get the XR150L and the ADV 160, and just kind of trade across. I think my Riker's still worth about $8,000 or something like that, so give me some money to play around with. We'll see. So where's the dog? We've got new dogs in the house. We're dog sitting for a couple of weeks for friends, and we've got a horse in here. He's a Labradoodle, but a 2-year-old Labradoodle, and he's huge. Doesn't weigh much. The strong wind is going to blow him away, but he's really tall. Crazy looking dog. Pretty smart too. Okay, not a scratch. Pull the roof off. Your toolbox didn't make it. Well, the tools should have been heavy. What happened? Tools don't blow away, do they? Cool, man. Yeah. I'm up for a meetup. Sorry as I crunch in your face here. I'm hungry. I need to go get some cold pizza. Um, yeah, I'll try to arrange a Greater Houston meet and just goof off. You know, I've arranged large scale rides before. Back when I lived in Oklahoma, we did that, but it was before the advent of social media and all that. So it was more call lists, and you know, we had pagers, we had beepers. A little bit different logistics game back then than it is now. Shadrack, sexy milk crate, nice. Are you doing a milk crate for the Cannonball? Ballsy, ballsy. That's KLR territory, man. Scooter Master. The Scooter Doofus is more like it. Yeah, that dog. I mean, he's so lanky. I don't know what he is. He's neutered. I won't tell you what I call him. I might get banned off of YouTube here. Honda's spending so much time on replicating toys and doing modern 5-speed S90 or better yet, CL9. Yes. Well, you know, what I would really like to see Honda do is make a proper scrambler again. These, the 300 and 500 scramblers are a joke, and I am disgusted at Honda's effort. All those things are Rebel 300 and Rebel 500s. That's it. And they've just changed the front wheels and the suspension a tiny bit. Those are not scramblers. Give me a break, man. They're heavy. They weigh as much as the Rebel or more, and I don't get it. I don't like it. I'm not a fan, not at all. If they would make a proper scrambler, something with you know, if they wanted to put the 500 motor in there, they need to at least redo the frame and make it more of a standard bike and put you know, 19 and 17 knobbies on it or something like that. And spoke wheels, for fuck's sake. Cast wheels, my ass. Bastrop State Park, that would be okay. The only problem with Bastrop is it's burned out. The trees are still not there, are they? Last time I was through there, it looked like the fire had just happened, and that's been over 10 years ago. Maybe it was winter. I don't remember. I'd start saving now to buy a new CL 125. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, completely agree. I've got a CB 125S in my garage in pieces that I need to work on. What do we got? From the plains. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I appreciate that. Thank you. What content do you like most? Do you like the road trips, the small bikes, the big bikes? What are you interested in? Everybody chime in the comments. What's the favorite content that I've got on this channel? Where am I going? Oh, I lost the comments again. There they go. All right. Gregory, thanks. Thanks for tuning in. Hope I didn't miss you. I'm 6 minutes behind. I'm trying to go a 125 automatic. Well, they've got a 125 automatic. The Super Cub is essentially almost an automatic. So I have to shift gears. I think there would be too much driveline loss on a fully automatic at that displacement level. The bad guy, no, you don't want to do that. I've thought about it, and I've actually talked to a few people, but they said the DOT stuff would get you immediately in trouble. It's not like gray market bikes that you used to be able to do, or gray market cars. They'll literally seize it from you, they'll fine you a shit ton of money, and they'll crush it just to prove a point. I have some workmates that were trying to bring in Land Rovers and stuff like that way. Spend $80,000 on a vintage Land Rover or whatever that's not on our import tables, and it got stopped in the port. The guy got fined $150,000. He lost the vehicle, and they literally were taking pictures and video as they loaded it into a crusher to pommel it to death. Dicks. Okay, scooter. Roketa. Engine is a Thai, I forget. Oh, wait. So, yeah, there you go. Don't run it past 7K. 7K RPM, or what are you talking about? You don't run it past 7K. Oh man, every time I try to scroll, the comments go crazy. Where it is? There it is. Motivate and buy bikes. Yeah, I'll bet she does, man. I've got a handful of people that are like, damn it, stop buying bikes. Every time you buy one, I gotta go get one too. Keeping up with Quasi instead of keeping up with the Joneses. Yeah, John, what do you think about that? From what I understand, the F is a much better bike. Who was it? Ride with Waro and a couple of other people. I've watched their owners' reviews on the F with the fuel injection, and they say that it's just much better. It's a much more livable machine. I get it. I totally agree. And the price difference is only what, a few $100? So definitely worth that fuel injection. Malaysia. Hey, thanks for tuning in. 29.50. Nice. Yeah. It's roughly double once it gets over here to our shores. But here's the horse over here. You can't see him. There's the horse. You looking at yourself? Yeah, I mean the bikes start out so cheap over in the Thai markets and stuff like that, and then by the time they're shipped over here and you get our import duties and the fees and everything, it's over double what it was. It sucks. Okay, so Glenn, your tools, Wallsteads came down, bottom box might be. That sucks, man. Sorry to hear that. You just keep getting kicked in the nuts, dude. Okay, where was I going? In my opinion, get ADV 150 or PCX 150 before the 160. I don't know. That's a good question. Okay, so I'll just ask some direct questions. How tall are you? How heavy are you? And what kind of riding do you plan on doing? Meaning, is it going to be highway use? Is it going to be, just putting around town? Are you planning on doing anything off-road? Those will help me steer you. Now, I haven't owned the ADV. I've ridden several of them, so I don't have owner experience with it, but I've got a fairly educated opinion on it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I've been sending messages back and forth with Mike, with Birch. He got that 150. He likes it. He says it's a lot of fun. But he's also got a DRZ 400. So he's got, big and small. So that's cool. Do I fish? I used to fish and hunt a lot. I never had the patience for fishing when I was younger. And I hate cleaning fish, but I like fishing. So I need to find somebody that I can go fish with that likes to clean the fish. So I don't have to mess with it. Hunting, I used to do a lot of hunting, mostly waterfowl, small game, stuff like that. Once it gets to the size of a dog, I don't like shooting it. Okay, so you like the long form trip videos. Cool. Soren says all of them. All right, cool. Robert says small bikes. Okay, all right. On the ADV, stopped at a gas station. Nice, nice. Hey, man. So you're out riding and caught part of the live stream. Awesome. I hope I didn't miss you. That was 5 minutes ago. Todd from Ontario, Canada. Hey, thanks for tuning in, man. It's awesome. Small bikes, Robbie. 150cc and lower. Yeah. And, it's an interesting niche because there are tons of moto channels out there, moto vloggers and stuff. And it's always the big go fast, stunting, doing dumb shit on the highway, whatever. I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not going to say I don't do that stuff, but I don't video it. That's my time. I don't televise that. I prefer to be a little bit safer, and I don't want to be the guy that the stuff that I'm doing somebody else wants to do because they see me doing it, and then I'm the one that's responsible for getting them hurt. Whatever. I don't want that on my conscience. So I grew up racing and riding all flavors of stuff, and I know how far I can push stuff and not end up in the hospital because I've been to the hospital many times. So I push it up to that limit and back the hell off. Troy, YouTuber want to go fishing? Cool. Yeah, nice. Okay. Yeah, I actually bought a little inflatable boat and a bunch of stuff that I can pack on a bike and go out and do fishing and moto camping and adventure stuff. I just didn't get around to it a couple years ago, so maybe I can do that this year. We'll see. Lost Maples. Yep. Fall ride to Lost Maples is great out there in the hill country. It's awesome. Camping out there is really good in the fall when it gets cooler. Long ride and wrenching. Okay, so Nathan, cool. The wrench videos are always a little bit contentious because everyone's got their own way of doing things, and I take a lot of flames and, no, you're doing it wrong. Get out of your armchair and do it yourself. I'm doing it. It's my way. It's my bike. As long as I don't end up underneath the thing dead, then it's a success. Quit your bitching. The comment that I always get, Nathan, is, why don't you get a lift? Come on, man. That's my exercise, getting up and down from the ground. Don't take my exercise from me. If I get a lift, I'll just be lazy. Brian, I think it's coming. The only problem is, how far is this new Green Deal bullshit going to go? And are they going to get rid of our small bikes in favor of electric or whatever? And I kind of went into that train of thought. We were talking about it a lot during the Cannonball run. I think I might have gotten some of that on video, on audio rather. Pardon me while I chew. I'm worried that long touring lifestyle stuff, being able to just go across the country, get on a small machine and go do what we did back in 21. I wonder if that's not going to become almost extinct in the next handful of years because of all the push to go electric, which we all know that's a joke. The only way that works is if there's charging stations everywhere and you build in the time to sit and wait while it recharges. You can't just go and keep going like we can do now. So, tying that back to the small bike thing, the emissions regulations are getting so strict, they don't want a lot of the small bikes in because they're saying that the catalysts aren't as efficient in those as they are in larger bikes and in cars and this and that. I won't get into the conspiracy theories, but it's all bullshit anyway because those machines are polluting less than a larger vehicle does just by order of how much it's ingesting and expelling through that little air pump. Anyway, that'll get me off on a tangent and change the mood of the conversation. But yeah, hopefully small bikes take off better than they are now and continue growing, but we'll see. It's not the greatest of outlooks, but we'll see how it works. Daily commuting, road trips, CVT's work. Oh, cool, man. Thanks. Thanks for the feedback on that. Yeah. Seeing those videos of how a CVT actually works in operation is pretty cool. I think I linked a couple of those in my videos. I deserve no credit for the video because I didn't do those, but small bikes and scooters. Cool. RPM. Oh, yeah, 7K RPM. All right, I'm trying to catch up. Let me get to the bottom, make sure I'm not missing anything because I get like 40 comments that all roll in at the same time. Yeah. I mean, electric has its place, but come on. We're not there yet. Infrastructure's not there. Resources aren't there. Yeah, synthetic fuel, I think you got that right. Hey, Mr. Somebody, thanks for tuning in, man. For the love of DCT. Nice. Synthetic fuel is kind of on the horizon, but we all know how these chemical companies operate and what's going on in the background, so I'm not real pleased about that idea either. How-to videos, cool. All right. Well, I'll have some how-tos coming up quick. Hard time with an electric bike. Yeah, I've ridden real electric motorcycles, proper electric motorcycles from zero several times, and they are fun. They are just amazing. The instant torque and get the hell gone right now. Just wah. They're amazing. But they're only amazing for about 85 miles at a time, and then you're out. That's it. Done. Good luck charging it somewhere. If you've got to go further than 85 miles or 100 miles on the highway or whatever, it ain't going to happen on that vehicle. And then you're stuck for 3 or 4 hours waiting for it to charge up. And that's at a fast charger. E-scooters suck. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in a small city center, they've got their place. 30-mile radius or whatever. Yeah, okay, fine. But, yeah. Drill, baby, drill. Yeah. You need to drill, man. There's plenty of it out there. They just need to turn the spigots back on. Vespa Chef. Oh yeah, man, I want your stickers. Cool. Lazy Diabetic just started riding. What do we got? Longer rides, backwood New York, dirt roads, just terrible roads in general, no real off-roading. Okay, well, if we're going back to the which bike, the PCX whatever versus ADV, definitely ADV. Now, the decision of how long do you want to wait, get an ADV 150 or wait for the ADV 160, I would wait for the 160 personally. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the ADV 150, but if the 160 is just a couple months down the road, go for the newer tech. And it depends on your physical stature, your height, and everything. The new 160 is a little bit narrower in the waist area, you know, where you put your legs down. The front leg shield has been redesigned to give you better foot placement and better reach to the ground, and the seat height is just slightly lower than the 150. But it still maintains the same ground clearance and same suspension travel from what I understand. So the 160 should be ergonomically better for shorter riders. And then the engine is going to have a little bit more power. So I would say wait for the 160. Okay, where am I going? Whoa. Yeah, Birch dropped it in the woods. Yeah, nice, cool. Yeah, he's already been doing free mods too. He cut off his spark arrestor and did a custom, you know, exhaust hack and all that. Gave it a lot more sound. I don't know if it helped his economy or anything, but yeah, who knows? Nate, hey Nate, I'm 8 minutes behind on his comments. Good Lord. Small group camping got you started buying the motorbikes. Cool, cool. Building the camping kit. Yeah. Well, anybody's a real ADV and moto camping person as long as you get out and do it. You don't have to be a pro. You don't have to be super experienced. Just get out and do it because you learn what works and what doesn't by getting out there and doing it. And the one piece of advice that I could give anybody that's trying to get into moto camping or long distance riding and things like that is make lists. Make equipment lists, loadout lists for everything that you need. So you got your bike prep list, you've got your personal effects like your toiletries and clothes and things like that. Then you've got your sleep kit, your cook kit. Make lists for those things. And try to adhere to the list on your first few outings and figure out what you really used on those lists. And that's the important part about paring down or scaling up your gear according to your needs, because a lot of times you'll have this big list of stuff and you go, oh yeah, I need that. I might need that too. Okay, I'm going to throw that in. You end up taking everything and the kitchen sink. And if you're honest about it with yourself at the end of that trip or even in the middle of the trip, go back and look at your list and go, okay, well, I haven't gotten 90% of this shit out of the bag. So why did I bring it? It's just extra weight. So you refine your list, and then when you get home, look at what you really used and check it off on the list. Anything else, omit it from the list for the next time. So just get out and do it. Get out and do it. Smaller is better than lighter. Yeah. Oh wait, what am I looking at? We consider a Can-Am again. Oh yeah, that's a good question. I like the Riker. I've always said that the Riker has great potential as a touring machine, as a run-around machine, do-everything machine. Mine was just an unfortunate beta experiment because I was one of the very first test pilots. I don't even know what VIN number mine is as far as where it was on the production line, but it's always had problems since day one, mile one. The problems were not resolvable with Can-Am through warranty or for anything else. And they, I won't get into the politics of it. Let's just say that they wanted me to be happy in the early days because I was one of the only people making videos on the Rikers early on. And the relationship started out okay, and it seemed like they were going to be amenable to fixing these problems, but it didn't work out. So that's about as deep as I want to go into it in this conversation, but the Riker is an interesting animal because it's all manual. It's lightweight, more so than the Spider series. But the real shortcoming of it is the short wheelbase and the manual steering. And it makes it very twitchy at most road speeds if you've got any kind of alignment problem at all. And that was the deal with mine, is it's got something bent, something bad from the factory that it will not align and stay aligned. So it's always all over the road. So back to your question, would I consider another one? Yes, but not a Riker. If I get another three-wheeler, it's going to be the F3S. And the Spider series has power assist rack and pinion steering. They're heavier by 300 and something pounds. They hold the road better. They're not much less efficient than the Riker, and that's my other big rub about the Riker, is it is very inefficient. The 900 or the 600, but especially the 900 that I've got. If I'm really, really nice to it, I might see 33, 34 miles to the gallon on its best day, with average highway, commuting, touring, whatever. My lifetime average for it is about 29. Any of my cars, I mean, even my pickup truck can get almost as good as that. That's insane that a 900cc anything can only get 29 miles to the gallon. Really? Come on. That's pretty bad. So from an overall usability standpoint, the Riker is fun to ride, but it's not for touring. It's not for a lot of the stuff that I had hoped that it could work well for. So yeah, if I get another one, it's going to be an F3S Spider, something bigger, that can crush miles, suit my riding style. Oh, Guy Guidon, you sold the Cub. Oh man, but you got an RE350. Okay, cool. I have not ridden an RE350 or any of the new Royal Enfields, but I'm looking at getting the Hunter 350 if it ever comes to the USA. If it doesn't come here, then I may get the Scram 411. The Scram looks interesting because it's a pretty good take on a scrambler. It's not very powerful, but I think it would be a lot of fun. So yeah, congrats on the Royal Enfield, and condolences on selling the Cub. Okay, let me try to catch up again. Vanderhall. That was a thought. I don't know. You and I will have to go out and rent a Vanderhall, Kevin. That one that you rented was fun, but I don't know. I think I would probably get the newer one that's got the hard top and all that. Removable hard top. The Hunter is here. Really? I didn't know that they had actually released it. I heard rumors that it was coming, the Hunter 350. Everybody says that the engine on that thing is just absolutely beautiful, so smooth. So that might be fun. And 100 plus miles to the gallon, too. Cool. All right, so what am I doing? I'm trying to think if I've got any other giveaways. I don't know that I didn't queue up another giveaway. What I was going to do was take you guys outside before it got too dark, and now it's too late. I could turn the lights on out there, I guess. I've got my PCX queued up on the patio with all the stuff on the table ready to go, but it was just too hot to work on it today. I'm gonna get out there ass crack of dawn tomorrow morning and start tearing it apart. Would I get a Harley trike? No. I don't care for the conventional trikes. I haven't owned one, but I did have a Goldwing trike that was loaned to me by a friend in Oklahoma many years ago, and they're okay. But traditional trikes, one in front, two in the rear, are inherently unstable, meaning whenever you're cornering, they're going to try to tip to the outside. So you've got to be real careful about your cornering speeds. And if you do any kind of touring, it's inevitable you're going to find yourself on a twisty road and a decreasing radius turn that you didn't see coming. And it's serious pucker time. So I prefer the reverse trikes like the Can-Ams where you got two in front and one in the rear, or tadpole design, because they're inherently more stable. They've got different handling characteristics, but you're not going to topple them over near as easy. You got to do something real stupid to get them up on two wheels. Much more so than a Harley trike. Or a Goldwing trike for that matter. All right, sorry, trying to keep up. RE Hunter, local dealer, $44.99, huh? Well, that's not a bad price, but I think the Scram is that same money. I'd have to ride the Scram and the Hunter back to back. I mean, obviously the Scram is going to have more power, more torque. What I'm actually waiting for from Royal Enfield is the new twin-cylinder Himalayan. They're talking about, it was a 500cc or 650 Himalayan twin. That could be interesting. If that doesn't make it, then I don't know. I might look at the Scram or the Hunter. Okay, I'm going to go back. I missed some comments a minute ago. Christy, Got your motorcycle temp today, very excited. Temp license, I guess. Cool. Zuma 125. What advice would I give to a fresh rider? Sorry, I'm 7 minutes late. Okay, so first thing, as a new rider, hopefully you've taken the MSF course. You need that in order to get a license here in Texas. I don't know about where you are. MSF course is always going to be your foundation, and it's going to give you the basic things that you need to survive on the road, but it's not everything. You should really take some continued rider courses, whether it's MSF or other, rider safety courses, to gain a little bit more proficiency if you're completely new to riding. Beyond that, get the gear, wear good gear. So minimum of helmet, gloves, jacket, and either motorcycle shoes or boots or something like that. A lot of people skimp and they'll just wear tennis shoes or something like that, or they'll wear helmet and no jacket, or they'll wear combinations of the above, but they're missing one of those critical things. And you always need gloves, helmet, jacket, or at least something to protect your points, and some proper footwear, because those are the things that are going to get ground off. In racing, the rule is always protect your joints and points. So joints and points are always going to be the ones that get ground off. Your hands, any kind of contact point with the ground, your elbows, your shoulders, your knees, any bend joint or point is what's going to get beat up, broken, or ground off when you hit the ground. So you've got to have the proper padding, the old rule, dress for the slide, not for the ride. And me, as a veteran rider with well over 2 million miles and 38 plus years on the street, never had an accident. I finally had my first accident just a couple months ago and broke this hand. I don't know if it really shows up on camera very well, but I broke this knuckle off, broke this knuckle, cracked it here, and broke my wrist. And that was a 10-mile-an-hour fall. I had all my gear on. Some guy pulled out of a parking lot in front of me at 25 miles an hour without looking, and then stopped in the middle lane right in front of me. I had nowhere to go. I was going 45 miles an hour. Hit the brakes. I got down to about 10 miles an hour, front wheel locked, woo, down goes the scoot, and I, hit the ground on my left side. So if I hadn't had my helmet, my gloves, and all that, it would have ground off lots of skin. I would have ended up with serious injuries instead of just a broken finger. And I can't bend my finger any further than that now. I think it's going to be a year or more before I get any better closure. I mean, I can't make a fist. That's all it does. So wear your gear. That's the best piece of advice. Vino. No, I've never owned the Vino, but it's the same engine as in the Zuma 125, and I've ridden the Vino 125 many times. Great scoot. The newer ones with fuel injection are much better than the older ones, so don't get an old one that's carbureted. They suck. They have lots of problems with the carbs gumming up. And welcome to the world of invisibility. You got that right. Yep. You get cocky, it'll find a way to punish you. You got it. Cool. So what else did I miss? I'm sure I missed a few from a while back. Anybody? We still have 88 people in here. Wow. You guys are diehards. We're going on almost 2 hours. What do we got? No demand for electric bikes around. Yeah, no kidding. No demand here either. I mean, again, they do have their points, but, and Kevin here, Excelsior, he'll probably take exception to this, but everyone says, oh, electric vehicles are great because they're better for the environment. First off, it's not an electric vehicle. It's a natural gas powered vehicle, because that electricity that's charging your car is coming from a power plant somewhere else. Chances are that's not clean energy. It's it's coming from fossil fuels or something else. Fossil fuels, that's a joke. The term is a lie. There's another conspiracy there, but I won't get into it. But yeah, electric vehicles are only electric in their local storage. The generation of that electricity is still natural gas or coal or maybe wind and solar, but that's a very, very small percentage. If it were nuclear, then it would be cleaner energy. Okay, trying to catch up. Where am I going? Short rider, vertically challenged. You got that right. That was 10 minutes ago. Vertically challenged. You got it. Oh, that's a good point, Kevin. ADV will have no aftermarket parts in the USA. You know, I gave up on USA parts on most of the scoots because you can get everything you need out of the Thai markets and Japan. You know, We Bike Japan, We Bike Thailand. Everything you need is, you know, just about a week away. You got to pay shipping, but the parts are there. You just got to go digging, find them in the right spot. CNP, I missed your, if you're still here. Took your Cub off road, not a good idea. Yeah, you got that right, bud. We did, it doesn't matter whether you got stock tires or not. If they're street tires on a Cub, gravel and off road, bad idea. We did 350 plus miles worth of gravel on the scooter Cannonball run back in 21. And I did it with Michelin street tires, Michelin Pilot Streets is what they were. And no knobby, nothing. Just smooth profile. They've got rain grooves in them. That's about it. Yeah, it's just trying to keep the bike upright is a challenge. It's a real challenge because they're narrow tires, man. 70 millimeters wide in the front and 80 millimeters wide in the back. Pizza cutters. They just chop right in and go 45 degrees when you least expect it. Troy, am I a native Texan? No, I'm from Oklahoma originally. I moved to Austin in 95. Trying to catch up. All right, now back to the bottom. Yeah, yeah. Well, the wind and solar stuff. I don't know if you watched the SpaceX trip videos that I did a few weeks ago. We were going by these huge wind farms, and I mean it's just miles and miles and miles of these wind turbines out there, and only a fraction of them were spinning. We were just going through. I think there was one stretch. It was 2 miles solid, and we might have seen a dozen out of 400 turbines spinning. So I don't know if they just furled them and turned them off, or what the purpose of them being turned off was. But the real issue with wind generation in particular is there's no way to store it, and it's on demand only. You know, if they've got excess capacity, there's nowhere to dump it a lot of times. So until there's a storage medium to take advantage of it, it's going to be kind of a tough sell. Plus, when those things fail and when they're out of commission or taken down after a handful of years, good luck recycling those big ass blades and all that stuff. Crazy. Glenn, yeah, bad wreck when 16. Yeah, yeah. Well, you had your hand broken when we met a year and a half ago or whatever. You had broken your right hand. I broke my left. Kevin, great. You wanted one, you got it. All right. Well, good for you, man. And it's a nice car too. I really like that Tesla. That's nice. I just think the whole Green New Deal and this push to go green is just a lie. It's a money grab. People should see it for what it is. The world runs on diesel. That's it. Break it down to bare essentials. The world runs on diesel. Container ships bringing stuff across from different countries. Diesel. Trains. Diesel. Big rigs hauling your shit to the grocery stores. Diesel. Good luck changing any of those to electric. Ain't gonna happen. Only work for tips. That's good. Right equipment. Hit a pothole. Went down. Dents and scratches on the... Oh, on the Rebel 1100. Sorry to hear that, Soren. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't take much to put a serious dent in your body these days. You know, again, I've been riding all my life, and I've never been down on the street until just recently. You know, first time for everything. But if I hadn't been wearing my gloves, my hand would have just been erased. You know, 10 miles an hour on our concrete highways here in Houston, they're just cheese graters. It's awful. So it would have been bad news. Yep. 76% hydro, 10% nuclear, 7% wind. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, exactly. I hit. Yep, that's right. Well, nuclear is always the cleanest way to go as long as they can manage the risks of the waste that comes from it, or overruns or whatever. But yeah, hydroelectric is the next best, just not quite as dense. Okay, what do we got? Gas engine in a Tesla. Hey, there's a guy that did that. Rich Rebuilds or something like that. He does Tesla salvage and fixes the ones that Tesla refuses to do anything with that are out of warranty or whatever. And I think they did an LS swap on a Tesla, uh, but they had to do a bunch of stuff to it because the the unibody on those things is not set up to take a traditional engine. Torque points are all different. Vin Diesel, you got it, Eric. Vin to electric. Vin electric. Okay, what else did I miss? After, oh, there it is, Wes. And Wes, you're the other one, man. I need to. I'm not giving yours away. I'm glad you're in here, Wes. It was 3 minutes ago. I hope you're still in here. Wes gave me a camera system that's going to go on the PCX 150. I was going to give it away, but I thought, no, I'm going to go ahead and put it on the bike, and I'll use it through the Cannonball and see what kind of footage I can grab, as far as B-roll and other stuff. I'm going to have cameras everywhere else on the bike, but it would be a neat way to test this thing out. And then when I come back from the Cannonball, I might give it away. But this is from Wes. In fact, I'm going to take this out there. Might be able to show it to you. I'll just bring it back inside. It'll be easier. Why is it locked? Ugh. Okay. No, I'm still on. Okay. So Wes sent this to me. I'll answer your question in a second, Wes. I want to show this off. Wes sent this to me. He got this for one of his other bikes and ended up not needing it, not using it. And he was wondering if I could use it or find someone to give it away to. So we batted a couple of messages back and forth, and he said, hell, use it. So I'm going to use it. But it's a motorcycle DVR, basically, front rear 2-channel 1080p camera system. I haven't even had it out of the box yet, Wes. I had it staged out there to start doing the installs on my Scoot. So the recording unit itself is quite small. I'm going to take a comment down and then I'm going to answer your question. So that is the unit right there. And here's my hand. So it's about the size of a deck of cards. It's pretty cool. Now I have not checked into it to see if it's got like SD card or what the storage is. Yeah, here's a flap. See if I break it. Yeah, so it's got a little SD card. Trying to get the light just right. There we go. So it's got an SD card slot, and it looks like it might be some kind of a maybe USB port or something like that. But it records 1080p all the time, front and rear, and hardwired into the bike and all that. And the cameras are waterproof. Pretty cool. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. And it's funny, Wes, because Viofo, this company, actually reached out to me a few days ago asking if I wanted to try out some of their motorcycle and car cameras. Said, it's funny that you asked because somebody just sent me one. So anyway, here's the camera, little bullet cameras. There's my finger. So it's got a front and rear camera, pretty cool. So I'll install that and I'll show you guys some video footage from that on the Cannonball as I'm going. So anyway, so I'm missing comments, sorry. Wes is asking where aftermarket parts are getting expensive, half-ass speakers for the slingshot, and they're like $100. Man, I tell you, Wes, have you seen a lot of the crazy stuff for the Rikers? these speaker pods, you know, bullet-looking pods that people are putting all over the front end of the bike, angling back and all that. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars on this stuff. I don't get it. The quality of it is not that good, and they're made by companies like AudioVox, and really? Come on. I don't get it. Okay, trying to catch up. Brian, okay, so you got the VFO. Do you have this one? Is it the MT1, the 1080p version? I was asking them if they had any 4K cameras for motorcycles, and they didn't. I didn't get a clear answer. They sent me a reply back for in-car camera. You know, it was one of those triangle-shaped ones. And I said, yeah, this one's 4K front and rear. And like, no, no, motorcycle, motorcycle. Haven't heard back yet. So anyway, that's cool. I want to play with that. Okay, now I made a mess. Oh, I'll sort it out later. See, I knew that was going to happen as soon as I take it out of the box. Can't get it back in the way it came out. Okay, what's next? So, oh, Dean, I'll answer your question in a second. Eric, getting us a sponsored donation for final scooter, and we'll have some nice ad more. Really? I'm not getting anything as sponsored donations. So that's cool. In fact, I kind of wish Admore had contacted me, because I've sung them praises for years, and I actually reached out to them before the last Cannonball because I was putting those lights on the back of the trailers, and I didn't hear back from them. So shame on you, Admore. But no, the Admore lights are great. I love that stuff. So that's really cool. If they're going to give you some to donate or give away, that's kicking. VFO. Okay, so you like those, Kevin? Cool. Cool. Well, then I'll let you see how this works on the PCX. What I'm curious about is where am I going to mount the front camera. The rear camera shouldn't be a problem because I can put it underneath the rear shelf area, kind of where the mount is for the shad box. It shouldn't be a problem at all finding a place, you know, rear facing. But the front is going to be tricky because there's just nothing on the front plastic. So I may end up having to put the front camera behind the windshield in front of my Neil GPS mount. 1 second. No, I thought you guys did. Oh no! Wow. Drop the bottle. Coming back in with me now. You guys coming in? This is my Neil mount. Neil made this for me to mount the Garmin Zumo GPS on the front of the PCX. So this little cowl right here is the plastic piece that goes above the front instrument panel. So basically the instrument cluster is right here, and this is just the front garnish that goes behind the windscreen. So anyway, the Zumo XT is going to fit right in here. This thing is all bolted down to the bike. And what I might do is put that VOFO right here on one of the bars facing forward or something like that, because there's just nowhere else on the front of the scoot underneath the headlight that I can think of to mount that. So anyway, Neil is such an awesome fabricator. That dude's amazing. Okay, where am I going? Yeah, I saw those screws. I just don't know if it's going to be too close to the fender as the wheel goes under full compression or full lock left to right. So there's not a lot of clearance under there when the wheel comes all the way up under full stroke. And the camera is not that big, but I don't know. I'll try it out. I got a couple of days to sort it out. It's only, that's maybe 1.5 inch diameter or something like that. We'll figure it out. Oh, cool. It's got a little index mark. I was wondering how you know what's right side up. It's got a dot. Cool. All right. Add more Yes, absolutely. Yeah, because I've been using their stuff. The first one I got is on my Silverwing out in the garage, Silverwing 600. I got one of their first 8-inch light bars, put it on that. The second one I got was from my CV500X. The next one went on another bike that I've already sold. And then I've got the two that I put on Adrian and I's trailers. And then I also bought one for the Riker, but I never installed it because I needed to build a little rear overhang kind of by the rear fender to put it. And I never did. So anyway, cool. That was one beer bottle. It was sitting right by my on the countertop next to the back door. And when I reached for the light to flip the light switch on, the bottle went tumbling. I managed to stop it with my foot so it didn't shatter, and then it just went cartwheeling across the tile kitchen floor. Yeah, drill a hole. Yeah, nice. No, ain't gonna do it. Yeah, isn't he awesome? I mean, look at the fabrication on this thing. I mean, his fabrication skills are just absolutely fantastic, and the attention to detail. Let me show you the underside. So it goes through there. He's got nylock washers, or nylock nuts rather, stainless everything, and these standoffs. I don't know if I can get a good shot of that on the camera. Look at these standoffs. I mean, everything is just machined so well. And he did all of this using CAD design, cardboard aided design, CAD, cardboard aided design. He literally brought a cardboard template to our last meetup when we were staying. It was January or whatever when we did our scooter meetup. He brought this little triangular looking piece of cardboard with an angled piece of cardboard taped onto it, and he took it over to my scooter, put it on this plastic piece right here, and was using it like a protractor trying to figure out clearance to the windshield, depth away from the windshield and all that, and then carved some lines on it and taped it in place and then folded it over to where it would stay put. And he put that back in his trailer, on his box, whatever, went home and did this from a cardboard template. Huh? That dude's amazing. Small, lost it. There it is. Smallest available for moto. Cool. Yeah, it would be nice if they had some 4K cameras or at least 2.7, but these 1080s that Wes sent me, that ought to be pretty cool. I'm going to check it out. It'll be neat. Am I going to put the Admore on the PCX? Not an Admore. Well, I could, because I've actually got one. I could put it below the shad box in the back, just above the taillight. So I might do that. The one that I got for the Riker that I never installed, I might put on the PCX. The thing that really helped in the fog were the Speed Tech lights, flashers that we got, those real bright amber flashers, and I've got extra ones of those, and yes, I do intend on putting one of those on the PCX. So right above the license plate, there is a standard reflector, like a red reflector. That is the exact size of these warning strobes. So I'm just going to pop that reflector out from the back because it's on a little plate. I'm going to mount the existing, or the STL light right over the top of that reflector, pop it back in. Done. It's technically illegal because you're getting rid of a reflector, but yeah, whatever. Ray. Cameras and video. Am I able to do stream via SRT? I'm still working on that. Chances aren't looking good. My time and resources have just gone too thin, too far. I've got a small Android set-top box that I've loaded a custom version of Linux on, and I was playing with the bonding code to be able to essentially be an RTMP to SRT proxy and send that back to Houston. Excuse me. I don't know if I'll be able to get that piece of it done. At the very least, I'll be able to join in like this through, cell phone, and it will be my remote camera. It won't be SRT. So I'll figure it out. I'll see what I can do. But I am going to have the persistent live stream up and running every day. I don't know if I'll do one that goes 8 days long or if I'll have one per day. Probably one per day. And that's going to be running from Houston here, and it's going to have a GPS live tracker map up from SysApp. They've given me one of their GPS tracking units, and unfortunately you have to run it through an Android app, so I'm going to run an Android emulator captured in a screen that's going to be overlaid through OBS, and then my remote cameras or remote, phone, whatever it is that I'm attaching in with, whether it's my GoPros or whatever, that's going to be a remote camera into OBS as well, but it's, unfortunately, it'll probably be RTMP. So, gonna miss Elvis. Yeah. Well, we're gonna miss Neil's, or not, sorry, Neil. We're gonna miss Adrian's yoga, Super Cub yoga. He was always doing his turning around, stretching every few minutes. It was fun. Craig Better would be proud. Nice. Yeah, just Neil's fabrication skills are amazing, absolutely amazing. Cardboard aided design. Hey Guy, how's it going? We talked about the XR 150 a couple times. I like it. I won't have any opinions on it until I actually ride it and sit on it, at least feel what it's all about. I'm not totally enamored with the idea that it's almost 300 pounds and it's only a 150. My XT250 Yamaha is 276 pounds or something like that. It's well under 300 pounds, and it's got a bigger engine, more ground clearance, more power and everything. So, I mean, granted, it's a more expensive bike if you were to buy new to new, but I don't know. I'm going to buy one. I'm going to get one of the XR 150s when I come back from the Cannonball, and I'm going to try it out. I'm going to compare it to the XT and also against my Honda CRF 150L, which is a proper dirt bike and uses almost an identical engine. So it'll be interesting. Okay, where am I? Yeah. I don't know if Neil is watching tonight, but if he is, Neil, you are the man. Your fabrication skills just absolutely astonish me. Neil is the man. Hook you up some saddlebags. Nice. Yeah. Well, might be able to. Shadow 1100 thinking about switching to a scooter. Well, there's a big change in riding venues. It all depends on you, Steve. How big are you? Tall, your height, your weight, your riding chores. Are you mostly city? Are you highway? It makes a difference on what kind of scoot. If you're looking for something middleweight that would be somewhat comparable to your 1100, unfortunately, there's not a lot of good choices in the U.S. You're looking at maybe something like the Suzuki Bergman 650 exec or something like that. You might be able to get down into the 400 class scooters like a Bergman 400 or the X-Max 300. But that's really all there is in the new market for middleweight scoots that would get you down the road. If you want to go smaller, there's plenty of smaller options out there, but again, it just kind of depends on your size and your needs. Had to edit. Oh, yeah, about the Craig Vetter. Yeah, I caught it. I knew who you were talking about. Yep. Those old Vetter fairings were interesting. Did you ever ride with any of those? On the older Hondas back in the 80s, those Vetter fairings were amazingly designed, but they were misunderstood. They would actually make the bike lean into the wind. If you had strong lateral winds, the bike would dive into the wind. And the trick was to not fight it. Let it do what it's doing. And then as soon as the wind gust slows down or subsides, the bike rights itself. So it would almost do it itself. It just didn't feel right. It felt sketchy. So you would end up fighting it and realizing you're doing this all over the road. If you just quit fighting it, it was fantastic. Neil is fabulous. You got it. Steve, how thick is your skin? Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so he's talking about the 1100. Yeah. Yep, you got to know how big it is. Is Neil Fabrication in Houston? No, I wish. I wish. No, Neil is my buddy that rides other scooters. He rides a little Zuma 125 scooter, and he's got a Yamaha S-Max 155 that he customized everything. He's a double retiree. He was an on-the-road trucker for 17, 18 years, whatever it was, and he was also a welder and a machinist before that. So he's retired from two careers, and now he's just got plenty of time and plenty of skills. And he makes everything. It's just amazing. Anything that you can do in metal, the guy can do it. He doesn't like aluminum, but steel he likes. Good question. Silverwing or Forza? Yeah, I own a Silverwing. I've got a silver 2004 Silverwing out in the garage. Um, they're great scoots. They're just real heavy for around town, and they don't make them anymore. So if you can find one in good shape, which is the hard part, they usually fetch a pretty handsome price if they're in good condition. You can usually pick up one with 20 or 30,000 miles on it in good shape for 3 grand, maybe 4 grand if it's in real good shape. If it's in crappy shape, 2,000 bucks. But you're going to end up with a lot of broken stuff on it, plastics that are cracked or whatever, and you can't get the plastics anymore. So the great machines, but they're just not easy to find. Now the Forza, there are quite a few Forzas floating around the U.S. markets. I don't like them particularly. I don't like the look of them, but mechanically they're great. Excuse me. The motors on them are really good. They're very reliable. They get pretty good fuel economy, and they can run down the highway at 75, 80 miles an hour all day long, no problem. The Silverwing 600 will do easily in excess of 100 miles an hour all day without breaking a sweat. You're going to go through a lot of fuel real fast, but they're fast scoots. I was never really a fan of the look of the Forza 300s. They look too bulby, heavy, and they're very wide in the seat. It's actually harder for me to get down to the ground on the Forza 300 than it is on my Silverwing, because the way the seat is shaped on the Forza, it's just real fat, and I've got short legs, so that's why I don't like them. Oh, Serenity Kitty's got a C400. Yeah, those are nice. I like those. They're just expensive. They're expensive. How reliable has yours been? Have you had good luck with it so far? And how many miles do you have on it? Sean, yeah, saying BMW C400. That's another good one. I kind of forget about the BMWs when I talk about scoots, because they're rather hard to find in the U.S. market. They're just not very common here. The Suzuki Bergmans are much more common. And the C400s had such limited distribution. I think I've only seen maybe a handful of them here in the Texas area in the last, 4 years since they've been released. Murray, bigger bike from the 50 Kent says Street Bike 650 Bergman. Yeah, yeah, the mid-weight scoots, your Uber scooters in the 600 class, they haul balls. They're fast. My Silverwing, it's a 56, 57 horsepower engine, something like that. And with the performance Dr. Pulley clutch and variator that I've got in it, it'll pull 0 to 60 in about 4 seconds. It's pretty quick for a scoot. Not too shabby. Vetter fairing, yeah. Yeah. He had those dustbin fairings too that were kind of outlawed or banned because they were a little bit too tippy and strong crosswinds. But he had that one crazy cigar-shaped fairing that he put all around one of the Hondas. I don't remember which one it was. I think it was a 750, and he was doing those mileage experiments with. It was pretty crazy. Over 100 miles to the gallon, if I remember right. John, signing off. Hey, thanks for joining in, man. I will be doing some impromptu live streams coming up this week as I'm wrenching. Yeah, I remember, Glenn, you were talking about thinking about selling your Silverwing. Keep it. You won't be able to find another one. US only gets the GT, not the X. Well, the 400 is the X, I think. I think the GT was just the 600 or 650 in the BMWs, if I remember right. I've ridden one, but I've never owned one. They haul. They're fast. Sean, okay, got about 6,000 on yours. Cool, cool. Downtown 300, that's a point. But you know, the Kimcos and the Sims and stuff like that, they just don't have a very good parts network here in the US. So people are real gun shy about getting them, me myself included. The Kimco and Sim engines are very good. They're very reliable mechanically. But the rest of the bike kind of seems to not be on par with the Japanese counterparts as far as longevity and fit and finish and all that. You know, stuff breaks and falls apart. So, oh, oh, T-Max. Oh, downgrading to a Forza. Okay. Hmm. So, Darren, which T-Max do you have? Is it the T-Max 500 from what 2016 or prior? Because we don't have them here anymore. If you're in the States, uh, if you don't need to go over 65, something in the 300 class would probably suit you well. Uh, if you go down into the 150s, 160s, 65 is kind of their upper reach. You can get 70 plus out of them, but it takes a long time to get there. So, for example, if you're cruising along at 60 and you need headroom to pass, really got to plan it because you don't have much headroom above that. Whereas with the 300cc scoot, you can be moving along at 60 miles an hour, whack it, and you know crank up to 75 pretty easily. So, just something to think about. Silverwing never saw below 90. Yeah, oh yeah, when you were headed back home. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, when I was still riding my Silverwing for doing work commutes and stuff like that, out here on I-10, the managed toll lanes on I-10, everybody hauls balls, and it was pretty routine for me to get out there and run, you know, with traffic. Not like I was Mario Andretti or something like that. With traffic, I'd be running 90 to 95, hauling ass into, you know, downtown area, Houston. And one day I got in with two or three other bikes. We were all kind of doing a snake and hauling ass through traffic. Sport bikes. One guy was on a big sport tour, and two of them were on sport bikes. And I was holding right in behind them, just running 110, just no. And I still had throttle left to go, maintaining 110. 400X, yeah. Yeah, the 400s have the X designation. The 600s were just the GT, I think, something like that. Dean. So what if she's thick? Yeah, yeah, that's right, Dean. Uh, I'm short-legged, you know. I've got a 29-inch inseam, give or take a little bit, and the leg bow on the Forza is just a little bit too wide for me. And I found it very odd that the leg bow is wider on the Forza than it is on my Silverwing. And my Silverwing is a much bigger scoot. I mean, much heavier, longer, bigger all around, but the seat height is lower. So T-Max 500, nice. Yeah. Yeah, those are fun bikes. And that's another one that I can't ride very well. I've ridden it a few times, but it's got a very wide leg bow on it as well. I think it's a 31 or 32-inch seat on that T-Max, but it's really wide. So I was just like tippy toes on both sides. Short people. Join the Reflex Mafia. Got it. Reflexes are fun. It just sucked that they had that crappy little vacuum, you know, vacuum slide carburetor in them. I wish they were fuel injected. Legroom on the 400, maintenance black box. Yep, yep, yep. Dealer only outside of basic. Yep, that's right. Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of the BMW bikes in general is they're not real owner friendly as far as doing maintenance on. And the more electronics they have, the worse that gets. So, Soren, thanks for tuning in. Thanks so much. It's so cool to have people in here from the other side of the world. Have a good morning, good night, and I will hopefully catch you for the next one. Birthing hips. Drilling platform. Square. 400 GT now. Okay, that's interesting. Only USA in the last few years. I haven't shopped them, so yeah, thanks for that info. I didn't know. I sat on the the 400X when it first came out at the motorcycle shows pre-COVID. So I guess that was 2019, 2020, whatever. Yeah, it was 2019 because that's right when I got my Riker. So I was wanting to get one, but they didn't deliver them to the United States for almost 2 more years, it seemed like. And I got tired of waiting and got something else. Dean, 29-inch inseam. Tom Cruise, there you go. There you go. The platform shoes. Yeah, yeah, I got about a 29-inch inseam, and all the adventure bikes and all the stuff out there that I want to ride, I'm physically capable of riding them, as far as wrestling them and wrangling and all that. I can do it just fine. I just can't get to the ground comfortably to ride them around on the street. When you got a 33, 34-inch seat, I mean, I don't weigh enough to squat the suspension down. I'm a buck 50, 165 with my riding gear on, so I'm not heavy enough to squat those things down to reach. Sucks. Dean, hey Dean. Suzuki V-Strom 250SX, 21 ADV 150. Oh, from Australia. Hey, from down under. Nice. We've got the V-Strom here, the little 250. I have not ridden it. I've seen some of our reviewers here in the US say that it's actually a very good little bike. It doesn't have a lot of torque on the bottom end. You got to rev it up quite a bit. But the digital dash on it is nice. The suspension, they say, is pretty good. The seat is a plank, so be prepared to upgrade the seat, apparently. But yeah, that ought to be decent. Are you planning on doing more on-road or off-road or what? If you're going to do off-road, you'll need to replace the tires right away because they're street-oriented tires that come on it. Good bottom end on the 400. Yeah, it's a single cylinder. It's going to be a good little thumper. Plenty of torque. 19X for 22 GTX no longer available. Yep. Cool. A Helix, I had two. The Helixes are great. They're very simple, very reliable. Crappy carburetors now with ethanol fuel, but yeah, the Helix, they're so, back when they came out in the mid 80s, they were futuristic, space age looking. By today's standards, they look like a tennis shoe or some kind of weird ladies shoe, with that weird long step front end and all that. The suspension on them is pretty, they're heavy, but it's arguably the best scooter that Honda ever made. It's extremely reliable. You can change the CVT belt on it with just a screwdriver. They're amazing. I had two of them. I put 30,000 miles on one and about 10,000 miles on the other. 29-inch inseam club. No, we'll just say sub 30. The sub 30 inseam club. There we go. Yep. Cryptic art. Hey, ADV 160 is approved. Yes. It's very hard to get info about any of these bikes. From what I understand, go check out Honda Pro Kevin's website. He's always got good inside info. Apparently, we're supposed to start seeing them as early as late July here in the United States. The dealers are saying that they will have them on the order sheets. I forget what they call it, Eagle or something, whatever their ordering system is in the back end. They're saying that they're going to be available for ordering mid-July. So how long it takes Honda to actually deliver them after that point, we don't know. Maybe another 2 weeks, 30 days, 60 days, something. So hopefully by fall this year, we're going to have the ADV 160s actually here on our shores. I wish that we would be getting the ADV 350, but that's just me. I don't know that the upgrades from the ADV 150 to the 160 are going to be that compelling. The 350 would be much more compelling. That's the best way I can say it without being a dick. Come on, Honda, step it up. Yeah, teeter-tottering. Yeah, no kidding. Well, I mean, I've been riding big bikes and, race bikes and off-road stuff all my life. And when you're off-road and you're on the dirt, you don't care about being able to reach the ground because you're in motion. And if you need to get off, you just, swing a leg off as you're rolling and step off the side of it. No big deal. And you mount it the same way if you can't get your feet down. You just put one foot on the peg, put it in gear, rip it off, and you throw your leg over as you're moving. But on the street, you got to be able to hit the ground reliably in traffic. And basically all of the larger bikes that I've had a couple of KLRs. I always put the shorter dog bones in the suspension to drop the bike down a few inches so I can get my feet on the pavement. Dozens of us. Night ride around Houston? We could do that. I'm not much of a night rider these days. My night vision has gone to crap as I'm getting older, but on the lit highways and stuff like that, yeah, sure, be all right. Back roads, not really. Yeah, ADV 160 is on our website. It'll be there. What we're hearing is late July probably is when we'll start seeing them trickle in. I'm actually surprised that Honda got the XR150L out as quick as they did. I was kind of thinking it was going to see a lot of delays and delivery and stuff like that, but man, they met their projections of getting them in mid-June, mid-May. Really good. I'm surprised. Pardon me while I crunch. Like the trail? No, hopefully not. Hopefully they're going to be MSRP. And hopefully the dealers aren't going to price gouge. But we'll see. Local small dealer selling Majesty. Yamaha Majesty 400 is actually a very good scoot. If 444 Scooter is still on here, he might be able to tell you some inside info on those. I think he had some experience with them. They're great scoots, but they had one mechanical problem with the engine that should be taken care of under recall before they sell it. But otherwise, those Majesty 400s are actually very good scoots. They're very smooth for a single cylinder, and it's a big 400cc single, so it's a little bit vibey at low RPMs. But as far as the ride, it's fantastic. They're great. I've ridden them several times. And they'll get down the road 85 miles an hour all day. Shorter riders. Club Stubby Club. Hey James, how's it going, man? If a Versus 400 comes out, it would be very interesting. The Naked 400, the Ninja 400, based all on that same platform. The 400 is a great motor. It's very lightweight, it's very compact, and it puts out a good amount of power, like 45 horsepower or something like that out of 400, so it's very potent. My only question or concern about it is it's kind of revvy, just like the Versus 300. It's based on the Ninja 300 motor. It's very revvy. It doesn't have a lot of bottom end torque, so you've got to wring it out to get it to go where you want to go. And off-road, that's kind of a problem sometimes because you need bottom end grunt to loft your front wheel and log hop, or go over little pavement ripples, or dirt ripples, holes in the ground, whatever. So you have to get a little bit more proficient about clutching up to get your RPM up and loft your front wheel instead of just relying on torque. But otherwise, yeah, I think the Versus 400 would be a great bike, and I would probably get one. As long as the weight is kept below 370. If they start creeping it up to 400 pounds, there's no point. At that point, you just get a 500X, a Honda 500X, because they're 410 or 412 or whatever they are. I don't understand these heavy wannabe middleweight ADV bikes. That makes sense. Lears, hey Lears, how's it going, man? Just saw you. I talked about the scramblers earlier. I'm annoyed personally because they're not scramblers. Those are Rebels with big wheels. That's all they are. The CL500 is nothing more than the Rebel 500 that they put, was it a 19-inch front wheel and a 16 or 17 or something on the back. Weird sizing, and they didn't really do much about the ground clearance and the weight. The weight is the big thing, what I was just saying about that other bike. It's heavy. It's the same weight as the the Rebel 500, and it's almost the same weight as a CB 500X. Get the 500X. Do more scrambling with it. Vertically challenged. Okay, trying to catch up. City riding, cool. Yeah, streetlights. I don't like getting out on the rural roads. I try to stay away from the big highways too, because if you're from Houston, you know how bad the highways get after dark. It gets pretty crazy. But yeah, the rural highways and rural roads with wildlife and stuff like that, not a fan. Not on a motorcycle. Husqvarna. Yeah, yeah. Husqvarna. Yeah, Husky. Yeah, sure. Husqvarna, like the Vitpillen and stuff like that. Those are great. 500X. Yeah, Brian, you got it. But see, my problem with the 500X, I've got a 2014, which was their first generation of the, their entry-level ADV bike, whatever you want to call it. That's bullshit. That thing is a street bike, 100% street bike. If you want to take that thing off-road, you are really putting yourself in danger, jeopardy, because one, the tires, I mean, obviously the tires aren't set up for it. It's got 17-inch cast wheels on it. It's got very low ground clearance, like 6 inches. The suspension is not set up for it. It's heavy. It's a 420-pound bike. I mean, you're not going to really take that thing off-road. You can go green laning with it, grass and gravel lanes and stuff like that. That's fine. But it's not an off-road bike, and it's nowhere near ADV. In order to get something, really off-road and call it an ADV bike, you need 8 inches of ground clearance. You need decent suspension travel. You got to have a bash plate underneath it. You need wire wheels, spoke wheels, not cast wheels. Because you hit a big, rock ledge or something with a cast wheel, doink, and pop a spoke right out of that thing. You'll crack your wheel and game over. So, yeah. It's a street bike. Now, the new 500X, it's got a little bit more off-road chops than the old ones do. At least it's got a 19-inch front wheel, but it's still cast wheels. Ground clearance is, I think, another inch better than the old one, but still not really an off-road bike at 420 pounds. Great light off-road, soft rotor. Let's call it a soft rotor. Not an off-roader, it's a soft rotor. 360 pounds. Cool. Yeah. Well, the thing with the, once they start making them ADV ready, generally they gain some weight because you're going to have hand guards, you're going to have bash plates, you're going to have luggage attachments and stuff like that. And all those things, it adds up fast. You end up with 40 or 50 pounds extra weight. And if they get over that, what I call the Goldilocks range of about 375, 380 pounds, anything above that, then it gets a lot less fun real fast to ride off-road. It can be done, if you're experienced enough, you can do it. But for every 20 pounds you add to a bike, especially if it's higher up, it adds more inertia when you're wrestling it around corners, when you're trying to manhandle it, when you're trying to skid steer it, do a bunch of stuff. And it just, I don't know. I don't enjoy it. Anything over, 360, 370, I don't call those dirt bikes. I'm not saying I can't do it. I just don't enjoy it. And when you drop them, they're heavy to pick up. Bergies are good. Yep, Connie, you got it. Bergs are good. Kid Wilson, hey, how's it going, man? Yeah, Bergies are good, but they're expensive. And that's always been my problem with Bergmans. I've had two. I had two of the 650s. I had problems with both of them. One of them had electrical problems. The other one had transmission problems. They're great touring bikes. 1-up tourers, even 2-up tourer. They're fantastic. But they're just crazy, stupid expensive. The 600 is what, $11,500 or something like that. It's insane, man. Okay, did I miss anybody? I don't think I missed anybody. We still have 71 people in here. I think everybody fell asleep. Signing off. Eric. Signing off. Canadian hockey finals. All right. Thanks for tuning in, Eric. Appreciate it. I'll probably shut it down here in a little bit. I'm running out of stuff to talk about unless people have got questions. So I'll look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks, sir. And let's not forget to talk about Admore and those guys. That'll be fun. Delivering pizza on the 49. Nice. Nice. So, didn't you have that, the insulated box or whatever that you put on the back of your bike? Wasn't that what you had? Cool, man. Tip money. All right. Mr. Somebody says he's still awake. Yeah, you got that right. That CVT problem. Yeah, I had some of the early ones, and that silly solenoid activated CVT where it supposedly has gears, you know, where it forces the pulleys in a certain range. That's what went out on mine twice, and I fixed it twice, not under warranty, out of my own pocket. And after I fixed it that second time, out it went. I don't want to pay for it again. One of me froze. Who froze? What froze? What are you talking about? 130 and it goes on the OEM rack. You helped me find. Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot all about that rack. Yeah, that was awesome. I'm glad you were able to snag that. From what I understand, that was the last OEM rack in the United States. I had called them because I was looking at it to do a project or something like that. And they said, yeah, we've got it. And we've called around and nobody else has these. So I'm glad you were able to snack up that last one. That's awesome. Did I manage to look into the harness for kids? I did. Thank you for sending that to me. I didn't get it yet, but I might do that for my youngest because she's at that age now that she wants to ride around with me, and I haven't been riding the Riker anymore, and I'm getting rid of the Riker, and that was the one that I would put her on my lap, you know, because I could have my arms around her. So that harness is neat. So I might get that so she can hang on to that, have the handles. Be cool. Oh, I just lost three. Guy said he had the 400 Bergman. Yeah, the 400 was sparky. You know, it has good torque. You know, pretty good pickup, but nowhere near. Now my Silver Wing is faster than the Bergman 650s by far. It's lighter by almost 100 pounds, and the clutch and everything that I've got in mine really helps it hook up. Royal Enfield Himalayan. California Screaming. Hey, yes, I'm very interested in that new 450. Now, correct me if I'm wrong or refresh my memory because I did the research on that, the RE Himalayan a couple months ago. I know that they're coming out with a new motor. I think they talked about two different engines. One of them was a slightly beefed up single cylinder, which is the 450, but they're also talking about putting a twin in it, right? I think from the 650 Interceptor or something like that, but retuned for mid-range. I would be very interested in that twin cylinder. I don't think that I would get the Himalayan 450 single. I would probably get the Scram 411 instead, just because it's pretty much everything that the Himalayan is, but lighter weight, you know, less stuff hung all over it. So I kind of like the look of the Scram a little bit better. But yeah, I'm interested in it. I'd like to see what they do. We've got an RE dealer out here in Katy, not too far from me, and I've been meaning to stop by there and take a look at the Scram and a couple of the other bikes. Kia, you guys, you're still on, huh? Just got off the boat at the lake. Awesome, cool. Thanks for tuning in and listening. I'm just shooting the shit. Hey man, you're so welcome. I was glad I was able to help you get that thing, because there are so few of those little C3s and C3 accessories left here in the US. They were really popular over in Europe, Japan. They were very wildly popular, from what I understand, in the UK. They were known as the Giggle over there, the Yamaha Giggle. In Japan, they're known as the Vox, VOX. But they did not take off here for for a few years. They didn't sell well because everyone said they look like coolers on wheels. I think they're cute. They're so ugly, they're cute. Sorry, I'm trying to catch, all my comments just disappeared. Oh, there they go. Okay. Same box, Packer. Yeah, I think that's the one he got. Oh, Frank, thought about getting the Navi. What are your thoughts? Frank, they're great little runarounds. You just can't expect too much out of them. They're carbureted, so the engines can be a little bit finicky depending on your Navi, you know, which one you get. Mine has been a problem child because it's jetted way too rich and it just doesn't like to run and it slurps through too much fuel. But otherwise, it's a fun little runaround. I mean, you get on it and just squirt around, go have fun. For me, they don't really suit my riding needs very well because I commute generally 40 something miles a day, and I can go a little further. I mean, some of my commute days will be in the 60, 70 mile range. And that's right at the edge of the Navi's capabilities. I usually get about 65 to 69 miles to a tank of fuel, and that's pretty bad. For a 110, that's pretty bad. Honda advertises those things at 110 miles to the gallon. 75 if you're lucky. So they just don't suit my riding case very well. But if you're just wanting to run around town, they're great. They're fantastic. You just have to be prepared to deal with the finicky carburetor sometimes and stop for fuel more often than you would with Honda's other mini motos. But yeah, if you can get one cheap, get it. They're fun. Great fun. Sean, good question. Hey, that's a great question. I'm 5 minutes behind. Sorry, catch up. I would say it's about half and half. I think most riders either trailer or ship their bikes to and from the endpoints of the race or the event. Sorry, it's not a race. There are more riders that are actually riding to and from the event this year, I think, than in previous years. But I don't have all the statistics in front of me. I always ride to and from all of my stuff. I don't trailer unless I just have to. But that was kind of another. I was going to touch on that earlier and I forgot about it when someone was asking me about doing the Cannonball on the Navi. I think I would have had to trailered to or from because I just don't think that I would be able to go on enough of the highways on the Navi because its top speed is so limited. You know, 52 is kind of about all it's going to get, and that's under ideal conditions at sea level. Once you get up in altitude or, you know, going up the mountains or whatever, it's going to be a lot slower than that. So it almost becomes a safety hazard moving that slowly on the road. So yeah, anyway, long way to answer the question, but yeah, I think it's about half and half right now. Interest in the furs. What are we talking about? 650? Have any interest in the furs? Furs. Which furs? What are we talking about? Liquid cooled new engine is next. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I had heard. What I would definitely say is stay away from the first gen of that. Let them work out the kinks for the next couple of years when that comes out. Because when RE brought out the 411 motor that's in the current generation of Himalayans and the Scram, they had lots of problems, huge problems with the gearboxes just literally dismantling themselves while the people were riding, gears shattering and coming off of the drive splines and you name it. So there were a lot of issues with the first couple of years, and then they seemed to solve it, and they're pretty reliable now. So I would kind of wonder if the new engine doesn't follow that same situation, you know, same path. They're going to have bugs, and they'll work them out. Lazy, set on waiting. I'll get that. I'd recommend for a first-time scooter rider. First-time scooter rider. Are you first time, like never ridden anything, motorcycle or scooter? If you are of average height and weight, the 880 160 would be fine as a first bike, no problem. If you're small stature or large stature, you know, if you're on the opposite ends, it's going to sway that, you know, whether the ergonomics work for you. Um, there shouldn't be any problem with an ADV 160 being a first scoot. Vespa. Was that the question? Vespa? Yes, I like the GTS series. They're really nice. They're just really expensive. I don't know that I'd want to spend Vespa money when you can get the Aprilia or the what's the other one? The Piaggio. They're all part of the same family. So I would probably get the Piaggio or the Aprilia first before I would get a Vespa. But I do like those 300s. They're really nice. They're really fast. They're not great at highway speeds, from what I understand. The small wheels on them get to be a little bit jittery above 70 miles an hour, but yeah. Trying to catch up. Where am I? Oh, Dean, SCBR. Hilton Head, are you taking off the next day or staying the 27th? I don't know. That's a good question, Dean. I'm just going to play it by ear, see what Neil and everybody else is thinking about doing. If everyone wants to kind of take a day off and let their butt rest a little bit, then I might do the same. I considered doing an iron butt on the PCX. So from Hilton Head, it's a little over 1,000 miles, like 1,067 or something like that, from there to my house here in Katy. So I'm thinking about trying to blast it in 24 hours. Now, theoretically, it's possible. Fuel stops and all that. I would have to run highways, interstates the whole way, but I think I can do it. So I might take a full day off on the 27th, and then on the 28th, iron butt. Iron butt on a 150. I might be one of the first to do it. I don't know. Get a Miata. Yes, Kia, I am. In fact, I was shopping them the other day. I'm not ready to buy one yet, but I want one of the NC, the third generation, up to, I think, what is it, 2016 or 2017, with the convertible hardtop. I really like those. I like the wide body one. Everyone says that that's the most hated Miata of all of them because it's the heaviest, but it's also the widest. It's the most comfortable. It's got more interior space, and I just like the aesthetics of it better than the newer one. The newer one looks too pinched and feminine. I don't know. Not really my thing. Okay, so Kid Wilson, he's doing pizza, killing it, 49cc, 110 miles to the gallon. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You getting good tips running the pizzas? I know you were stacking that. You had one delivery you did that had like several pizzas. I saw the video you did. That was pretty cool. Robbie has a C3. Cool. Close to running condition. One needs lots of TLC, two to repair. The other is a 70cc kit. Never finished. Cool. I found a guy that was here in the Texas area a couple, 3 years ago. It was pre-COVID. He had two of them, both of them in perfect running condition, and he was just trying to unload them. 1,500 for both. I was so close to getting it, but I was like, I don't need two more scooters in my garage. I've already got 20 bikes. But now I kick myself because I want to take, I don't want to cut up mine because mine is nice, but I want to get one that's in kind of rough condition and make a stretched lowrider C3 ruckus kind of a bike. So basically take off the storage box and just have those seat rails, the real low profile rails, build up a very, custom seat, leather or whatever, make it cool. Fashion some foot pegs that are forward out off of the front edges of the frame rails and put flat bars on it, flat track or something like that, and just have a little lowrider C3. It would be badass. It would look so cool. And, you're not going fast. It's just going to be fun. But I don't want to do that to mine. I need to find another one. Oh yeah, yeah. You did your. So what did you tune it up? Was that on the 70cc kit or which one? Now, Kid Wilson has been able to pull like 50 miles an hour on his. He's got it on GPS on his phone. I put a clip of that in one of my videos. I was impressed. I couldn't believe it. I don't think I've ever gotten that fast out of mine. I've got like 46 out of mine. James, yeah, that's a good point on the REs. I'm not real keen on that 3 or 4 thousand mile interval, but the nice thing about those REs is they're stupid dead simple. It's just screw lock type adjusters on those things. So there's no shims or anything to mess with. It's just the little tappet adjuster thingy, and it's right up on top of the motor. I don't think you even have to remove the tank. I think you can get to it from the sides. I'm not sure. It's maintenance, but not too bad. All right, what do we got? Lewis, not. No, actually, the turn signals are pretty bright. It's the brake light and the headlight that's stuck on the Navi, because they use a split electrical system on those things where the turn signals and the brake light are powered by the battery. So they've got 12-volt DC that powers them. The headlight and the running light, tail light portion are powered by AC off of the generator or magneto, whatever you want to call it. So at low RPM, they dim out and almost extinguish. You can barely see them in daylight unless you're above idle. So if you're sitting still at a light or whatever and the engine is just barely idling, they just, you can see that in one of my videos. If you go look at the first couple Navi videos that I made, I had a pretty good demonstration of it in there. So the way you fix that is you do the AC to DC conversion on the Navi, and it's just a couple of wires that you have to switch around. You have to make a jumper, and then you can replace your bulbs with LEDs or whatever you want to use. So it helps. Robbie, yeah, you got that right. Best 50cc scoot ever, yeah. And they were so advanced for their time. That 3-valve, water-cooled, relatively high compression. I think it was like 10.6 to 1 or something like that. But the 3-valve, water-cooled, fuel-injected, those engines were actually used by the Shell ultra-mile marathon team when they were doing the Shell mileage marathons here in Houston area. I think they had it in a couple of other places in the country, but it was a real big deal here in Houston. And they would put these specialized test tracks out, and they would make these ultra high efficiency cars. They look like solar cars, carbon fiber, little itty bitty pizza cutter tires, that kind of stuff. And they were using the C3 engines in those things for hypermiling, essentially. And I think they got rid of the CVT, and they did a bunch of stuff, taking the drive housings apart and all that. But the engine itself was pretty much left stock. And they messed with the fuel injection computer and did some other stuff, but they were getting like 700 miles to the gallon out of those things. It was insane. So there was a shop here in Houston that was doing a lot of those mods, and it was running around in the forums for a while on Facebook saying, if you need any Yamaha C3 parts, contact these guys because they've got tons of butchered up C3s in their shop from doing the Shell Eco Marathons. And I actually reached out to that group because I was looking for some frame parts, because I was wanting to make a trailer to go behind my C3 using another C3's frame. And when I contacted them, they said they had just put all of their stuff in containers and sold it to someone like a month prior to when I reached out to them. I was like, oh God. And they said they had engines, they had parts, they had everything, and they sold everything that they had to some guy for like $4,000 or something like that. Oh, God. I missed. Awful. $650, Bez. I'm losing it. You've asked twice, 650. What are we talking about? I'm 5 minutes behind. I'm going to go to the end of the comments, see if I find it. Interest in BES, Bez. Which one? What? What are we talking about? If I can figure out your question, 650, I'll answer. Interest in BES, BES. What are we talking about? I'm going to go down. Entire MC. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you here. Completed your trip to South Carolina on the PCX. 1830 in a week. Nice. That's good. That's good. Email in May with some details. Cool. Yeah, in fact, I saw your email. I don't remember if I replied to you or not, so I need to reply to you. I apologize. Yeah, 1830, that's good miles. I've done a couple 1,000-mile trips on my PCX a couple times, so I'm pretty familiar with comfort issues and, maintenance and longevity and stuff like that. So yeah, one of the last trips I did on that PCX was 2,000, maybe 2,200 miles in about a week, something like that, when we went up through Missouri and the Ozarks and all that. Great time. Frank, 22 Himalayan, 3K miles, valve adjustment for service 300, took it in to get to 3K, and they didn't need adjustment. Oh, that's good. That's good. What usually happens with a lot of those engines is after they've gone through the break-in, the valve adjustments will kind of settle out to where you don't have to do a lot of adjustment to them for a while, as long as you're not over revving them, abusing the engine, running really high RPM, not changing your oil, stuff like that. They'll get into kind of an equilibrium where they're fairly happy for a while. But then after you get above about 30,000 miles or so on most of these air-cooled engines, they start getting into clearance issues, and they might require a lot more frequent adjustment, or at least checks. So, friend has one, never rides it. Which one? Oh, Connie, your previous question. Oh no, that's Robbie. I think Robbie's doing PCX, right? Oh, MPG on your two-stroke. Okay, okay. On a two-stroke. Yeah, that's another interesting one. I think we're going to have a handful of two-smokers in the Cannonball this year. I don't think I would want to do that. You better have a lot of spare pistons and rings and maybe a spare jug, because two-strokes, when you run them prolonged, high RPM, high speed, they tend to soft seize the pistons and screw things up. There was one guy that did it in 21 on a two-stroke Vespa, but it was really hopped up, and I think he seized that engine 4 or 5 times, and he didn't finish the race. But I remember seeing his own support vehicle pick him up several times. It sucked. Dean, oh yeah, so you're in Australia. X80 V750 Honda Australia won't bring them. Yeah, they won't bring them to the States either, and I don't understand why. Initially, I did understand, because the X80V is built on the Forza 750 platform, which also shared the same frame and guts as the Integra 700 and 750. Now, Honda never brought the Integra or the Forza over here to the States, and I just thought it was a marketing thing, no problem, whatever. But once they upgraded to the 750, I thought maybe, okay, fine, they'll bring it now, because we also had the NC 700 that they upgraded to the 750. And I thought that maybe the disparity was because they didn't want to do all the parts and the logistics and everything for the 750 here when the NC was still the 700. So once they went up to the NC 750 here, I thought, okay, well, maybe now we'll get the X80V 750. Nope, not going to bring it. And I've heard from inside sources that they will never bring it to the United States. Why? I don't know. It would probably be hard to sell here at the prices that they would ask, because it's going to be 12,000 plus US, and that's pretty expensive for a scooter. But I don't know. With the way that our rider mentality has changed, with ADV bikes and especially scooters and stuff like that, I think it would sell now. I don't know. That's me. Okay, where am I going? Oh, somebody said signing off. Signing off. Darren, sorry if I missed you. It was late. It's a while back. Thanks. Robbie, you're thinking about doing an iron butt? Cool. Now, I was just looking at those miles, and I thought a little over 1,000 miles. I could iron butt that. That would be cool. I don't know if anyone's ever done an iron butt on a 150, but I'll sign up for it. Travis, you got your 2 monkeys and Super Cub? No, it's old Coleman lanterns. Nice. So I'm presuming the white mantle stuff and all that burn the white gas, or which ones are you collecting now? '18 PCX, nice. Yeah, Robbie, so you get the fancy digital dash, don't you? Doesn't yours have that digital dash? Or was that the 19? I can't remember. Oh. Entire MC. Yep. Okay. So I think I caught up. Am I caught up on comments? Wow. Oh, Mr. Somebody's in there. He's a collector. 50. 50 lanterns. Trying to see if I missed anybody. Sean, have to wear a tux to ride a Vespa. Cool. So what else is going on, guys? We got we're 3 hours in. We've got 73 of us in here. It's getting hot in here too. I think my AC turned off. One moment. I'm going to get water. Do, 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 do. And yes, this is water, everybody. It's not another hot mic break on the bathroom. Any of you OGs in here will know my my Navi series from last year. I accidentally took everyone to the bathroom with me. Hot mic. Ooh, potato chips. Okay, where are we? We all know Everclear, yeah. That's right. This isn't smell-o-vision, so you can't out me. 2019 got the new dash and the ABS. Okay, that was it. So does the 18 PCX still have the analog with digital in the middle like my 15 does? I thought they changed that 2 years in, but I might be wrong. Oh, nice. Listening to them burn. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that Travis, that takes me back to duck and geese hunting because we'd be out in the concrete blinds, you know, the below ground duck blinds and geese blinds, and we would have those Coleman lanterns in there, uh, and we would also have the Coleman catalytic heaters that ran on that same white gas, camp gas stuff, and the smell of that camp gas burning with the mantle hissing next to you, unforgettable, man. Because you're out there, you know, wee hours of the morning before dawn. That way you can get them as they pick up off the fields. Best scooter PCX? Yeah, Sean, probably. I'm pretty partial to the Hondas because they've got reasonable performance, excellent reliability, and they're more efficient fuel-wise, you know, just economy-wise than the Yamahas or Suzukis or the others. We don't have a lot of scooter options here in the United States, so you know it's mainly just the Japanese three, two, well, three, I guess. Yamaha, Honda, Suzuki. Kawasaki doesn't have any scooters yet. Um, there are the Asian brands, other you know non Japanese Asian brands like Stem, Kimco, some of the cheaper Chinese stuff, Tao Tao, stuff like that. None of those seem to hold a candle to Honda as far as the economy. Definitely not on longevity or reliability. Yamaha is probably as reliable as Honda, but they're nowhere near as efficient. Nowhere near, not even close. I mean, if you take a 125 Yamaha scooter and a 125 Honda scooter, the Honda is going to be 30% more efficient all day long, and not any slower, really. You know, it's not really an engine output thing. That's the deal. They just run the Yamahas a little richer, it seems like. Cool. Okay, so yours is exactly like mine. I am not doseiki seeking tonight because I've already had like 4 or 5 of them earlier this afternoon in the heat, and I'm trying to take it easy because I've got to get up tomorrow morning and not feel like shit. I do have a few. Well, see now, what's wrong with you, man? You have to go and remind me. We all know that sound. It's Mr. Somebody's fault. It's making me drink. Oy. Actually, I've got some potato chips here that are going to go quite nice with the double X. I can do one more. Man, I was going through so fast this afternoon. It was so hot out there, I couldn't believe it. And then I ended up dehydrated because I had like 5 of these things back to back to back to back. Okay, where am I going? PCX reminds you of Honda Elite 80, but faster. Yeah, absolutely. Those Elite 80s were great. And the Elite 125. I had a couple of those when I was younger. I actually did a road trip on a Honda Elite 80 with a friend of mine because I had my motorcycle license and he didn't. It was his scooter. He couldn't ride it anywhere because his dad wouldn't let him, but his dad said that I had a license and if I wanted to drive us, you know, pilot us, that it was okay. So he got on the back and we rode that thing 2-up. We went 120 miles away out to toward the panhandle of Oklahoma to his uncle's house. Took the back roads, side highways the whole way, ringing that little 80cc out. Fantastic little bike. Made it, no problem. It was bumpy, I'll tell you that, because we were flattening out that rear suspension, but it was fun. Whoop. Okay. 33 and it still works? My God. Can you still get mantles for it? Oh, that's a good question. How's the 500F holding up, getting flogged? Yeah. Well, he's been beating the hell out of that thing. He ran the previous tire down to nothing, basically balding out in the center, getting down to the cords. The chain was kinked up so bad that it couldn't be salvaged, so I had to put new chain and sprockets on it, new rear tire, or set of rear tires. I put Michelin Road 5s front and rear on it. And he's been riding it occasionally. He's not riding much lately. I'm not sure why. Don't know, but it's doing okay. I did all that work on it before we went to, was it? Well, it was before the SpaceX trip that we took a few weeks ago, but the tires I put on there like, I don't know, 6 months ago, something like that. Otherwise, it's doing okay. It's sitting at about 20,000, 21,000 miles, something like that. Andrew, hey Andrew. Have I ridden a BMW? Which BMW? Which BMW? I've ridden quite a few BMWs. Beer pressure. Yeah, beer pressure. See, I read that wrong. Beer pressure, not peer pressure. Beer pressure. Yes, sir. Bad influence. All your fault. Driven me to drink. 35K on yours? Wow. Nice. Oh, yeah, cool. Same mantles, that's all right. 400X. No, I have not ridden it. That's a good question. I wanted to test ride one, but dealers around here don't let you test ride motorcycles or scooters, especially new ones. If they're used, occasionally you can get a test ride in, but they've got to know that you're real serious about buying it. It's just a liability thing, and they don't want people putting a bunch of miles, especially on a new bike, you know, if it's dealer fresh, whatever. If it's not a dealer demo bike, you cannot ride it until you pay for it. So I wanted to ride the 400X at a demo day that, was it Gulf Coast BMW was doing, but I didn't make it out there in time before they closed one day, and I've just never had the opportunity to get back out there. I like them though. I've sat on them. They seem to be, you know, well built. I'm sure they scoot along the road pretty good. Good torque. 730 in a day. On what? Mm-hmm. You just have to get off occasionally, stretch your legs, get some Get some blood flow back in the cheeks. So what'd you do 7:30 on? No, Travis, I haven't. So you saw that vlog that I did the other day. Um, no, he's been busy and I've been busy. So he's just hanging on to it for me. I mean, he's not in any hurry. Kind of like the PCX 150 that I had for him. I knew he was going to get it eventually, so I kept stabbing him and prodding him. When are you going to get that scoot? Oh, I need to do that. Yeah, yeah, blah, blah, blah. So probably mid-July, I think. I'll hook up with him sometime after I get back from the Cannonball, and I'll probably have somebody take me over to his house, and I'll ride it back, and I'll put it in the warehouse or something for now. But so I'll have two identical Cubs and trailers in the warehouse as a showpiece when I can finally open up my Quasi Garage series. We'll see. Yep, 34 horsepower. It's a rocket. Yeah, that's a good scoot. The Suzuki Bergman 400, I want to say, is a little less horsepower. It's like 28 or 29 horsepower. Even the Honda Forza 350 that we can't get here in the United States is right about that same. I want to say it's 32 or 34 horsepower. I wish we could get that Honda here. That thing's awesome. But no, Honda USA doesn't like us. A lot of money, yeah. It's $8,000, isn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong. John, yeah, I'm still on, man. Went and rode your cycle, come back. Yep, still here. We're just hanging out shooting the shit. Oh, dude, so you did that on a PCX. Holy crap. Nicely done. Yeah, well, I pulled 726 or whatever it was on my Trail 125 going up to Barber Small Bore last year. I don't think it would be possible to do 1,000 miles. It might be possible. Based on the rate that I did it in like 17 hours, I think, or 17 something, and that was 726 miles. So I would have to figure out how to shove another 250 miles in there and still get it within a 24-hour period. I think it could be done, just barely. But on the PCX 150, it shouldn't be a problem at all. Just take enough fuel and stay on highways where you don't have a lot of stops going through small towns and stuff like that on rural highways. No problem. I think I can crush an Iron Man on it. Or Iron Butt. Iron Man. Where am I going? Ah! There it is. Next one. Going to be a Super Cub if you can. Yeah, well, hopefully. But Glenn, you got to be ready to go slower. You're already used to slow with the Trail 125, so you kind of know what to expect. The Super Cub is going to be a little bit quicker than the Trail, not a lot. I mean, the riding position is different. It's much more compact, so the bars are lower. It feels like you got your hands on your knees pretty much, compared to the Trail anyway, because the bars are much higher. Top speed is a little bit better. Acceleration is roughly the same, but you're still looking at a 55, 60 mile an hour bike. So it ain't no silver wing. Wes, hey, you're still in, Wes. Test rides, slingshot first, probably would have passed. Yeah. Yeah, well, I often say the same thing about the Riker. They weren't offering any test rides on the Riker, and I thought, well, I'd at least like to test ride it and whatever, but if I had test ridden my Riker before I bought it, I wouldn't have bought it. So it's just the opposite. Now, I love the Riker. It's fun. It's like a muscle car with one rear tire, but the handling issues on mine would have been very readily apparent, and I wouldn't have gotten it. I would have waited and gotten a different one. But yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of a thing about U.S. Motorcycle dealers not allowing test rides. If you watch a lot of moto vlogs from the guys that are in the UK in particular, anywhere in Europe, but especially England, it's routine for the dealers and the manufacturers over there, like Honda UK, to give them bikes for a month to ride. Give you a bike for a week to ride. You know, here, just test ride it. Go have fun with it. Whatever. Bring it back. Don't wreck it. Really? I mean, can you ever think of anywhere at any time in the United States that someone would just give you a car or motorcycle and go, "Oh yeah, here, yeah, just go have fun with it. Bring it back. Let us know what you think." What? Never happened. It's not this universe. I wish. It'd be great. Okay, what do we got? Practice setting up the TBR. Oh, nice. Okay, so okay, cool. Well, I will see you hopefully on the road. We need to coordinate. I think you've got my cell phone number from earlier. If not, shoot me an email at quasimotard@gmail.com, and we'll coordinate numbers to where we can find each other on the road, and maybe we can hook up out toward West Texas or getting into New Mexico. I'll be out there meeting Neil. What is it? Sunday or Monday? Not this coming one, but the week from now. So yeah, cool. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, 8,500 bucks for a 400cc scooter is a lot. And see, that's my problem with the BMWs is the price is just so high. You can get the Yamaha X-Max 300, which is almost as potent as that BMW 400 for 5,400, 5,800, something like that, under 6,000 bucks. If you can find a dealer that's not price gouging, obviously. But yeah, so I like BMWs, but man, they're just really expensive. Robbie, 42 miles an hour average, iron butt is possible. Yeah, yeah, by the numbers, it's possible. As long as you manage your fuel stops right and your bio brakes and everything like that. So I have a lot of people ask me, you know, how I can do those long rides and how I can, you know, maintain for those lengths of time that I do. Uh, the honest answer is I don't eat or drink much while I'm on the road. I might drink a little bit of, uh, you know, I'll have water, I'll have coffee occasionally, but I don't drink a lot of anything because if you drink a lot of anything, then you got to stop and pee. If you eat road food, you're going to have a code brown just a matter of time. So I don't eat. I just fast while I'm on the road pretty much. So I can run 24 plus hours and then I get to the other end and I'm exhausted, but it's done and it's out of the way. So I think a lot of people have that idea of, yeah, I'll go do an iron butt, and then they don't realize the logistics of it. You know, the planning out of the food and fuel stop is one shot. You take care of both things real quick, and you don't overeat, you don't overdrink, and you get right back on the road and you keep going. I've done probably, I don't know, 30 or 40 iron butts, you know, in the last decade or two. So once you get a pattern, you know, you get a rhythm for it, it's not hard. All right. People are trying to buy the trail. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Well, there was one guy here in the Houston area that traded in two scooters. He traded in, it was in one of the videos that I did 6, 8 months ago. The guy traded in a 2019 Super Cub and another scooter. I think it was a PCX. Both of them just to get a Trail 125. What the hell kind of upside down deal is that? Yes. Yeah, you got that right. Well, see, I did, but because I was the first Riker owner in Texas, there were no Rikers to test ride. So I took the three-wheel course, the Can-Am Learn to Ride course, and the only thing that they had for the course were the spiders. So they had the RT and the F3, and they would let you ride either one, whatever. I rode one of them for a couple of hours and then the other one for a couple of hours. But they didn't have any Rikers at that time to test ride. Now they do, so it's a lot easier to get some seat time on it and figure out whether it's going to work or not. But in the case of my Riker, having the defect, whatever it is, the upper control arms or something are bad on my Riker, that's a machine specific issue. So it wouldn't have been necessarily the case with a range bike or the training bike or something like that, unless somebody ran it into the wall. And then it's going to handle like shit, just like mine. Super Cub almost a year. Love it. Yeah, man. Yeah. The Super, as long as you've got the right expectations for the Super Cub, it's such a great little machine. It's so easy to ride. Once you get smooth with the shifting, on the heel toe shifter, a lot of people get put off about the downshifts and they can't figure out how to smoothly shift it. It's just the releasing the lever slowly is the trick. And once you figure that out, it is such a great little machine to ride. Every time I ride it, I end up with a stupid grin on my face. I don't even know why I'm smiling. And I'm feeling that my cheeks are hurting or whatever, and I take inventory. Oh, I'm smiling. Why am I smiling? I'm an idiot. Robbie, you need to increase HTO. Yeah, yeah. Well, now endurance rides are different about what you take in and all that. What I was talking about not eating or drinking too much, that's for iron butts, where it's just you're blasting 24 hours straight through. These endurance rides going across the country, I take hydration packs. You can probably see it in my Cannonball run videos from 21. I've got a black Geiger Rig 500 pack that I set on the tank in the center tunnel, and that's a pressurized hydration bladder. So it's not like a traditional hydration pack on your back where you're sucking through the bite valve. This one is actually pressurized, so it's got a hard plastic backer in it, and it's got a hand pump, a lot like a blood pressure cuff would have. So you squeeze the bulb on it and you build up pressure in an outer bladder that presses against the water side, and then your bite valve is under pressure at that point. So literally all you have to do is just grab a hold of it and you just pinch it and it'll spray water. It's fantastic. So I would fill that thing up with ice water, and every time we would have to stop at a fuel station or whatever, I would just fill the bladder with ice, top it off with water, and it would keep itself cold for 3-4 hours or whatever. By the time it all turns to water, I've either drank it out or it's time to stop for fuel again. Lather, rinse, repeat. So yeah, works great. And those pressurized ones are fun because if you've got crap all over your visor, which we did, going on all those dirt and gravel roads, the visors would be so bad you could barely see through it, and I would just pump that thing up and just give myself a pressure wash. It's great. Amber Special. Yes, I have. It's good, but I prefer the lager. I don't know. The amber's pretty good. It's got a good flavor to it. But if I'm going to go dark ambers, I usually go for the German beers. I'll go Spaten or Double Spaten. Double Spaten is good stuff. It'll put hair on the underside of your eyelids. Good stuff. Connie, don't like the digital dash. Sun hits it and can't read the small numbers. Digital dash on the new one? Which one are we talking about, Connie? I thought you said you had a 2018. So yeah, anyway, yeah, I have the same problem with the analog one that I've got on my PCX. It has issues when the sun is hitting just right. It totally whites out the whole display. You can't see anything on there. So what I've ended up doing, what I find myself doing a lot with the GPS that I've got, the Zumo XT, it's daylight readable in almost all circumstances, and I use it for my speed and checking the speed zone where I am, because down in the bottom left where it shows you your current speed, right next to it is the reported speed limit for the zone that you're in based on GPS coordinates, and it's not always 100% accurate, but I find that it's so much easier to just glance at that thing and I can see both the speeds in one shot. So I see my speed and what the maximum is, or what I shouldn't be going over. And when you're going faster, it turns red. So it's kind of cool. So I just don't even I don't even bother with the factory speedo anymore. Yeah. Yeah, if you like Dos Equis Amber, try Spaten sometime. It's really good. A Hiker's Water Backpack. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Cool. Guy, you taking off? All right, man. Thanks for tuning in. I'm just hanging out shooting the shit. I'll probably shut it down in a little bit too. I want to get up early. get up at the ass crack of dawn and start wrenching on that PCX. Buy bikes. Now you're making me want beer. I am a terrible influence. I'm the devil. I am the devil. Did you hit a like button today? I did. I hope so. Other people are too. I was going to take everybody out on the patio and show the pile of shit that I got out there. We got 69 of us in here? Sure, why not? Let me take you out there. See if my battery's still up on my phone. Got a lot of stuff that I need to do on the... I'm running out of battery on this phone real fast, but let's see if I can do it. I had the phone running this whole time, thinking that I was going to go out here and do this. So the battery is dying. Let's see if I get locked out of my house again. To the stream. If I can get there. Oh, come on, man. Bear with me. One moment, please. See if it works. So I took some of the stuff in the but this was my scooter accident. I might have my graphic warehouse make a logo for me, my 103 number for the scooter. For this deflector here and cover all this duplicate. I've got the Quasi-Motard bike. But all of this is coming off tomorrow. Windshield's coming off, front fairing is coming off. I need to take, you want to call it, up here, this panel here, right there, that's going to be where the Neil GPS mount goes on a completely replacement panel. All the electrical is going to be run down through the body back to the battery under here via the quad lock smart chargers. And I echo that I'm trying to get rid of, but I can't. Anyway, the outlet in there, it doesn't work well for the quad lock inductive charger, so I'm going to from the quad lock because they put out. So everything else is coming. I don't have my key to pop the seat and show you. Come off the sides. The trunk come out in order to get to the top of the engine to do the valve check. So I'll be recording that and doing the valve check on camera. That way we can. The simple. Oop, I think my audio is dropping out. There we go. I'll be getting in the CVT, changing out my sliders in there. I've got a new cover to replace. Am I back on audio? Yeah, there we go. To replace the damaged one. That heat protector that fell off of mine on. So that's been missing from there for several months. Lost mine on the road somewhere. Happened. Oil change is coming up tomorrow. I'll I'll do a lot of the superficial stuff tomorrow. Valve maintenance is going to be Monday. So that's that. I'll be doing some loadout videos on my camping gear and all that stuff. Show everybody what's going in the bag, what I'm taking with me. And yeah, so hopefully have something that other people, longer road trips and stuff like that. Go back to the layout here. Sorry, bear with me one moment. All right. It's just in time because the phone died. So, are we back? South Africa, hey. When will this? Oh man, that's a good question. The Silverwing is one of my next projects when I get back from the Cannonball in about 3-4 weeks from now. So beginning of July, I'm hoping to get into that series. I've got a lot of moto projects that I'm going to be picking up on. I was waiting on a couple of parts to show up for the Silverwing. I needed a new handlebar cover and some other plastics that were very hard to find, but I managed to get those. They were delivered a few weeks ago, so I've got pretty much everything I need to tear into that and start doing that project now. So hopefully we can do a video series on that in July. We'll see. Okay, so where was I? Could you get the make model of the GPS? Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's the Garmin Zumo XT. You can find them on sale occasionally for low 400s, but they're pretty pricey. I think they're normally $4.99 or something like that. If you're really lucky, you can catch them on sale for $3.99, which I think is what I paid for mine. It was on a sale, you know, Amazon, whatever it was. So it was a reasonable price, but you know, 400, 500 bucks is pretty pricey for a GPS. So, but it's excellent. You can find that in a handful of my PCX videos, as well as the CB500X video that I did for my fall tour with Neil a few months ago. That's the GPS that's right up front and center on the dash on the 500. So that's the one. Excellent. Hey, the bad guy. What's up, the bad guy? I think son hit the front of the car. No, no. You remember? Oh man, you're an OG if you remember that video. No, he didn't hit that thing very hard. He hit the back of that pickup truck, and it was just hard enough to crack the front turn signal that's on the fender, but it didn't really affect the alignment or anything like that. And the fender has a little bit of play in it, the way that it's mounted, so you can actually, you know, push it with your hand or hit it or whatever, and it will deflect a little bit long before it actually hits the tire or the wheel itself. My Riker has just always had problems, and that was actually the first ride that I took with it. When I took delivery from the dealer, I took it straight to my warehouse to drop it off there for a few days, and immediately I was like, what the hell is wrong with this thing? Because it was tail wagging, it was all over the road, I could barely keep it in one lane, and I'm like, whoa, this is not right. And I didn't notice it when I did the first ride just around the block, you know, because I was only going 35, 40 miles an hour. It only got really, really bad above about 40 miles an hour, and I was just, I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh shit, what did I just get myself into? I just paid 13.5 grand for something that I'm not going to like. And, you know, we went round and around with Can-Am and with the dealer, and there was damage on the front of the bike where, on the control arms, where they had scraped it all up, and it was because of the way that they were unpacking it. So we were concerned that maybe the dealer had done something to it, or maybe it was damaged in shipping or one thing or another. But, you know, they checked it over, and apparently Can-Am checked it over, and they said, no, these are just superficial things. It's not a problem. So everyone was blaming the alignment issues on me. You know, oh, you're just overly sensitive, or oh no, you're pushing or pulling on the bars or whatever. And that's when I did that whole video series on trying to show, you know, look, my hands are off the bars and the bike is doing this. It's left, it's right, it's left, it's right. You know, it's like, so no, I think mine was just a problem child. Some people are born bad. I guess some bikes are born bad too. Okay, where am I going? Rotten dog rubbed down, crying like a baby. Okay, so trying to catch up. Kind of working 320p. Ah, sorry guys. So it didn't work too well out there on the audio or the video. Okay, well, I tried. I was trying to get the wireless streaming rig set up for being out there, but the wireless was not working too well. Coyotes. Yikes. Will the Silverwing be up for sale? That's a good question. No, I don't think so. I don't know. I could possibly let that one go one day. After I get it 100% and I ride it around again, I'll probably take a road trip with it, maybe do a cross country or something like that. And then after that, I may put it up for sale. I'm real particular about selling any of my machines if they're not 100%. I don't like selling stuff that's got problems, because then I feel like I'm passing my problem to somebody else. And that's why it's taken me so long to get rid of a lot of my bikes. It's like, you know, I'm too anal retentive, you know, but I don't know. I might sell it one day. It won't get much money. You know, it's not worth much because it's got 40,000 miles on it, and you know, it's a 20-something-year-old bike now. But I don't know, maybe a couple grand for it or something to be reasonable after I get it back to, you know, 99%. We'll see. Travis, good question on the follow-up on the truck. Yeah, uh, it's been a couple years plus. Uh, Actually, that truck cleaning, the carpet cleaning video that I did, that was actually a boredom project that was done during the early part of COVID. Um, and I didn't I didn't edit or post that video for over 2 years, and I just posted it somewhat recently. But that cleanup project was well over 3 years ago now. And it's still great. You know, truck looks and smells like new inside, and my son has dropped a couple of burgers and, you know, mustard and ketchup stains on my carpet again that I've had to clean out, but yeah, otherwise, did great. Yeah, Glenn. Well, you remember that one that I showed you in the video when you were talking about looking for another one? The dealer out here close to me had that 2013 or 2014. This was 2013, something like that. Uh, it only had 100 miles on it, a black one, and it had a couple scratches on the fairing. It was just cosmetic stuff, but it only had like a couple hundred miles on it, and they were asking $64.99 for it. I thought, so that's a good deal. Road trip to St. Louis. Yeah, man. I might do that. You know, that might actually be fun. I could maybe do a raffle or a giveaway or something like that, and if it's someone here, you know, relatively close, you know, within the continental U.S., let's say, uh, write it out there and deliver it to them. That could be fun. That could be a lot of fun. Sean, good question. How many tires? I think I'm just going to go through one actually. I will have a second one as a spare, but the Michelin City Grip 2 that I had on the back of the PCX before it took a triple nail hit several months back had over 6,000 miles on it, 7,000 miles, 7,000, and it still looked new. It still had well over 50% of its tread after 6,000 miles. So I'm betting that I'll probably only burn through one on the Cannonball. By the end of it, I'm probably going to be getting a little thin in the center because all the weight, is just burning right through that middle section, doing all the highway miles that we're going to be doing. But I'm going to try to make it on one. We'll see. I've already got like, I don't know, almost 1,000 miles on this rear tire as it is now. So we'll see if it survives it. But I think I can get by with one, maybe just barely into the second one. The Super Cub was eating through them because it's such a narrow tire. It's only 80 millimeters wide, and we had a lot of weight plus the weight of the trailer. So that tire was just being ground down right in the center. So it was flattening it out too fast. And every one of the tires that we went through on the Super Cubs, if you got just 20 degrees, 30 degrees off center, they still had all the meat. It was just the very center strip that was wearing through. So. Trail 125. Well, as long as you like going slow, Trail 125 is a slow bike. That's the biggest reason that people buy them and sell them right away is it's not as capable as they had hoped it would be as far as speed and roadability. If you have them pretty much on the street, then it's a hard argument to have the Trail versus the Super Cub. If you're taking them off-road, gravel, any kind of farm use, something like that, that's where they shine because they're trail bikes. That's what they're made to do. How much overweight will I be compared to sticker? Are you talking about on the PCX? I won't be overweight. I think I was probably just barely underweight on the Super Cub last Cannonball, because the Super Cub has like a 240-pound weight capacity, 236, something like that, and I don't think that we were that heavy. We were close, but not that heavy. The PCX has a higher weight capacity, and I won't be anywhere near it. Not anywhere near it. I don't even know what the max weight capacity on the PCX is. I think it's 285 pounds or 300 pounds, something like that. But I won't be anywhere near it. I'll probably be, I'm 170 fully loaded with all my gear. I'll have probably 40 pounds worth of shit, plus a spare tire. So maybe 230, something like that total, somewhere in that range. Plus what, 12 pounds of fuel, 2 gallons of fuel in the center. As long as I'm not loading all the weight on the rear, like with the Super Cub, it was very rear heavy. As long as it's more centralized, it should help wear on the tires a lot more evenly. Whoop, wrong one. Glenn. Power to run off-road, you have speed, get more speed, power to go off-road. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. Glenn's got it right. The Trail, it just does much better on off-road stuff, trail riding or slower rural road riding, as long as you don't want to go over 50. Because anything over 50, you're really taxing it. It doesn't like to be there. It'll do it, but it doesn't like to be there. Like that trip that I did to Barber, pulling the trailer. I ran most of the time, close to 55 miles an hour, somewhere between 52 and 55. And that's with the trailer, but that's all it could do. That was everything. It was 100% throttle. It's much happier around 45 to 50. So 397 pounds? No way. Not cargo. No way. Are you serious? Oh, I gotta look that up right now. That's crazy. That can't be. That's got to be gross weight. No, I guess it couldn't be gross weight because it weighs 300 by itself. Almost 300, like 296 or something. Oh, I'm going to pull it up. My 2015, I've even got the manual right here. Index. No, oh, specifications. Damn you! Get off. So I'm going to let me do it. Oh, Adobe's fighting me. Fight me, Adobe. Oh, don't you do it. Let's open it with something else. Bear with me, technical difficulties. Specifications. Okay, maximum weight capacity for mine, 2015 says 355 pounds. That's a lot. Holy crap. I never realized it was that high. So what is the gross weight on that thing? Because doesn't say how much it weighs. If I remember right, the PCX 150, the 2015 that I have, weighs 286 pounds or something like that. So 286 plus 355 of cargo and fat assery. Man, that's heavy. That's crazy heavy. I can't believe that. On those little 14-inch tires? Damn! Yeah, so I won't be anywhere near the weight capacity. That's obvious. Nowhere even close. I'll be maybe 240, something like that, I think. 240, maybe 250. Once I've got my all of my gear, including my hydration pack full of liquid and the fuel load of 2 pounds or 2 gallons, 12 pounds worth of fuel. Yeah, maybe 250. Good question, though. Okay. Sean, sticker under the seat is 2 something. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But I'm looking at the factory owner's manual right here, and it says, oh yeah, right there it says curb weight is 293 pounds for the US model. Maximum weight capacity is 355 pounds. Crazy. I had no idea the PCX had that much load capacity on it. Hey, Corny. US PCX have stalks for the blinkers, and the European models are built into the headlight panel. On the PCXs, really? On the older ones, maybe. I think the newer ones, it's all integrated. Let me look it up. Yeah, I think it's they're all integrated now. Products, scooter, PCX. Yeah, maybe on the older ones, they were, I know on the 2013s, they had stalks that were sticking out. But starting with the 2015s, we didn't get the 14 here in the United States. There was no 14 PCX. So for 15 and above, it's all integrated into the bodywork. It's in that bat wing headlight kind of thing. So, yeah. 0 to 60 eventually. I've got a keychain with that on it. Workhorse. I think he's talking about the PCX. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. At least I have 55 of us in here. Not 55 talking. What are we going to talk about? I'm going to eat some more chips. What do we got? It's almost 11 o'clock. Holy shit. 4 hours. Yeah, we're coming up on 4 hours. I'm trying to think if I have anything to give away. I don't think I've got anything else to give away tonight, guys. I was thinking I might do a second one. Oh, I forgot to show this. Could have done that earlier. Kevin, Excelsior. He's probably not in here anymore. He made a shirt for me on his, one of the places that he does, TeePublic. TeePublic. He threw this picture. This was one of my, this was my intro picture to one of my videos, and he said, send me that original picture because I want to make a t-shirt out of it. So he made this, said, yes, this is what I rode here on. It's my Super Cub. I'm trying to get this out of my face so I can see the camera at the same time. There we go. Yes, this is what I rode here on. And right there it says, Quasi-Motard. Nice. So these are going to be available on Teespring. If anybody wants one, I'll figure out a way to communicate the link. I've been trying to figure out ideas for merch and stuff like that, and I'm just not much of a graphics guy. But he's made merch, and he said, oh yeah, we can put any kind of stuff on these t-shirts. Pretty cool. Oh, plug in the Discord? Yeah, if I could figure out how to load that in here into Streamlabs, I would. Robbie, thanks for tuning in so late. I'm going to shut it down here pretty soon, too. We'll have to get some weirdos. We got plenty of weirdos. Trade your Trail 125 and your old lady. Give me your chips. These are good chips. Pretty good. They need a little bit more salt on them, but they're not bad. Boulder Canyon. Avocado oil. If I can straighten it out. Oh, damn reverse camera. There we go. Avocado oil, classic sea salt. They're not bad, but they don't have quite enough sea salt on them. Of course, I'm a saltaholic, so. All right, what do we got? Oh, I never shut down before midnight. And here we are, 11. I don't know. I can keep going. Last live talking about moto camping. Safe and unsafe in South Africa. Yes, I remember. Love to do some moto camping, but too dangerous. So refresh my memory. Is it robbers and bandits, or what is it that you have the most problem with over there? I've had people in India tell me the same thing, that they like the idea of camping and, you know, just staying on the road and camping out in the open, but they say that it's very dangerous there because of bandits, essentially. You know, people come and rob you or maim you, kill you, whatever. Here, there are some areas that you would not want to camp. Mostly around metro areas where you've got high crime or a lot of indigent people or something like that. It's not a good idea because your risk level is higher. But for the most part, when you get out of the bigger cities in the country, nobody cares. You can camp wherever you want as long as you're not trespassing on private property. They don't really mind. There are always exceptions. I've had run-ins with wildlife. I've had run-ins with drunk other campers in nearby camping sites that decided they wanted to come over and try to help themselves to some of my stuff. And, you know, I'm always armed, so I don't have a problem with defending myself or property or whatever. But you have to kind of know where you are to stay out of trouble. So 65 murders a day, theft a lot, crime very unsafe. Yeah. Now, is it like that just all over the country or in particular areas? It's interesting. I mean, Houston has got a lot of murders. I mean, for the United States, we're up in the top 3 for murder per capita, daily, yearly, whatever. So it's fairly dangerous here, but not really camping per se. It's more where you are in a particular element of our society that likes to do evil. So, yeah. Ah, that sucks. That sucks. I don't know that much about South Africa. That's interesting. Maybe I need to look at your demographics and your history down there. I know, you know, the from the United States perspective, we always heard about apartheid and all that kind of stuff, and how things went really crazy bad in the late 80s, early 90s over there. And we just, you know, we saw it at a distance, but we don't really know the reality of that. I've heard that the northern parts of South Africa leading up to some of the other bordering countries, Swaziland and stuff like that up in there, that it was actually really nice, or at least that's what we've heard from travel stuff and people that I've known that have stayed there. They said it's really beautiful up there and people are super friendly and crime isn't too bad and all that. But it's interesting. I don't know. Memphis? Yeah, Memphis, absolutely. Hey, Susan, how are you? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of Tennessee is that way. Most of Georgia is becoming that way, especially Atlanta. Houston, right here where I live. And it's not getting any better. I'll stay out of the racial demographics and everything, but we all know where it's coming from. Liked the Rikers at first, decided against because of all the problems. Now they're almost 15. No, yeah, I totally agree, Wes. I totally agree with that. Um, I like the idea of the Riker was great. You know, I've touched on that a couple times in this vlog just or this live stream just tonight. The Riker, I got it because I liked the fact that it was small and lightweight and it was athletic, and that's what I wanted. I didn't want a big, heavy touring rig and all that. And it would have been great, save for the alignment issues that mine has always had. I still like it. It's fun to ride, but I've got to be in the right mood to ride it and not be pissed off at it every time I get on it, because it doesn't go where you're telling it to go. It's always going somewhere else, and you're always, I mean, 100% of the time you're wrangling it to keep it on track. It's just a pain in the ass. Um, but they've raised the price on those things so much. I mean, they started out at $10,000. You know, the 900 I think was 99.99 or something like that, and then the Rally edition that I got was another $1,500 more or something like that. But you know, out the door, mine was 13 and a half. And would I pay that again? Nope. Hell no. I would have gotten an F3 instead. I would have paid 3,000 more and had a much better bike. Got a big old dog, huh? Nice. Susan, yeah, yeah. I mean, you just deal with it. That's right. And you get used to it and you know kind of which areas to stay away from. But from a traveler's perspective, somebody that's not from the area, or in Corny's situation, you know, being from South Africa or whatever, if it's someone from another country, they don't know where to be and where not to be. You know, here in Houston, we know the areas to stay out of. You don't go over to the east side of Houston. You definitely don't go to the southeast side of Houston. It's just places you don't want to be. A lot like St. Louis. Just don't go to St. Louis. Just stay away from St. Louis. In Chicago, you know, south side of Chicago, east side of Chicago, you don't go. But yeah, it just depends on what level of tolerance and what level of crime you're used to putting up with. I grew up in a rural area, you know, in Oklahoma, and nobody even locked their doors when I was young. Uh, it was routine for us to be out on vacation or out somewhere else, and we would call our neighbors and say, "Hey, can you go do this or whatever in the house?" and blah blah blah, and they just go over and do it. You know, the doors aren't locked. We never locked our doors. We didn't need to, because we didn't have that kind of thing to deal with in our area at that time. Oh, that's a good question. Um, you can do a quick Google search on it. Most of the constitutional carry states all have reciprocity as far as you where you live. So Texas is a constitutional carry state. So any other constitutional carry state recognizes you as being okay to carry a weapon. Um, Pretty much everyone in the southern states here, with the exception of Louisiana, and there's one other, I think parts of Alabama or something like that, are not constitutional carry yet. But just look for a map on Google, just pull up U.S. constitutional carry states, and they'll show you a color-coded map of which states are good and which ones aren't. So basically, anyone that's constitutional carry, you can carry a firearm on your person, in your vehicle, loaded, hot, ready to go, and it's not a crime. You can still be hassled if you're pulled over for some reason and they say, "Do you have any weapons?" Yes, I do. You know, where's the weapon? You tell them where it is. If it's on your side, whatever it is. You are not required to have a concealed weapons permit in any of the constitutional carry states, but you are required to disclose it. And you do need to be very mindful about going through government areas. If going through certain national parks, things like that, it is prohibited to have a loaded weapon or carry a concealed weapon on you. You can have it in your vehicle as long as you're traveling. And traveling means you are in motion, you're going from point A to point B, and you're not stopping for sightseeing or stopping in a restaurant or whatever. So there are some legalities that you have to be concerned with there. Me being, you know, ex-law enforcement, I'm used to knowing where you can get away with it and where you can't. And even where you technically can't, You just do. You just you work the pros versus cons in your head and figure out, okay, is it worth dealing with the hassle or the potential legal issue or being dead? So yeah, I try to stay out of the areas where I could be potentially dead, and that solves it. But whenever I'm camping and taking extended road trips, I'm always armed, always. I've been carrying since I was 21, and I rarely go anywhere without at least one weapon at, within arm's reach. So yeah, Wes, yeah, we St. Louis. Yeah, what do you mean weekend? Shit, go there anytime after 6 p.m. and you're in trouble. Ain't no fun down there, man. We went there in the middle of the day and we damn near got killed twice. I couldn't believe it. Oh yeah, Beltway Southside. Yep, yep. You got it. You know the routine. Info Rifleman's Magazine. Oh, that's cool. That's a good resource there. Yeah, corny. It's becoming that way in a lot of our blue states here, as far as the hardcore liberal states. And liberal, it's a stupid word because it's no longer liberal. It's no longer Democrat. It's socialist is all it is. Um, eh, for the most part, the southern United States is very common sense, very we have what's called the castle doctrine here. I'm trying to think of the right way to explain it. We have what's known as the castle doctrine, and most of the states in the southern US adhere to the castle doctrine, meaning if you are in your home or your vehicle or your place of business, if it's a private business, those are all extended as the castle. And you have 100% right to exercise lethal force to protect your life, your property within your castle area. So Texas, for example, is a castle doctrine state. Uh, our right to defend ourselves extends when we leave our home. It extends to our vehicle. Our vehicle is sovereign space. If anyone tries to intrude on that sovereign space, you can kill them. Essentially, you can neutralize that threat, and it is 100% legal. And now you can still be brought up by a grand jury. You can be brought up on criminal charges. You can face civil charges, which are much more common. Somebody will sue you for, killing their didn't do nothing nephew, whatever. Uh, but that's just how it works. And our more liberal states here have gone the other way, and now they're starting to give the criminals more rights and more protection than the citizens. And the citizens end up going before grand juries and being charged with one thing or another when it was an obvious case of self-defense. And it's getting kind of crazy. But people are getting wise to it, and they're moving out of those states. And unfortunately, they're coming to Texas and hopefully not bringing those liberal ideas with them. So, yep. Rather judged by 12 than carried by 6. You got that right. Or being 6 feet under. Andrew, hey, what's going on, Andrew? We're just sitting around shooting the shit. It's a very late night, and we're delving out of motorcycle and scooter talk and on into politics and guns. That's how these things always happen. We go on 4 hours, and we start talking about all kinds of stuff. Yep, you got it. Well, and being down here in South Texas, so close to a lot of the crime that's coming up from Mexico and a lot of the South American countries that's just walking across our border, literally, unimpeded. We're starting to see a pretty big influx of that gang activity and stuff like that here in the Houston area, and it's getting crazy. It's getting crazy. Hey, Roy, how's it going, buddy? Yep, we're still awake. I am still at it. We'll probably be on for a little while longer. Yeah, yeah. Airbnb place, throwing big parties, getting shot. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, this is like going to bars and pubs and stuff like that. Just don't go. Dance clubs, just don't go. Yeah, it's nothing good happening after 10 o'clock at night. Go back to the old rules. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? 10 o'clock. Are you home yet? Nothing good happens after 10 o'clock at night. Nothing. unless it's at home. James, riding scooter bad on the battery? Nah, nah, shouldn't be. No, if you've got good electrical connections on your battery, shouldn't be a problem at all. I mean, motorcycles are essentially, sealed waterproof systems these days as far as their electricals go. So unless you're dunking it underwater, or running through really, really big puddles that are getting into your CVT area, or maybe soaking your ECU or something like that, rain shouldn't be a problem at all. That's weird. Keeping the battery charged. Well, now I know the X-Max has a lot of electronics in it for the keyless start and all that kind of stuff. So maybe it had charging issues from that. But did you leave it sitting long periods of time, or was it just like right after you rode in the rain it had problems? That's weird. Washington, yeah, yeah, yeah. No duty to retreat. That's right. Yeah. Have you seen little Hondas burn up from hours of running? No, no. I've actually not seen any problems with these little Hondas, especially the 125s that are based on the Grom motor. They're just damn near bulletproof. I know people have, abused them and not maintained them well and killed them, but surprisingly, the Super Cub, mine in particular, with the 15 tooth front sprocket on it, I never get anywhere near redline. In fact, I've only redlined mine once and hit the rev limiter in third gear on the highway when I was passing some trucks. I downshifted from fourth just instinctively and forgot that I had left it in third gear and rang it out, and I was going 66 or 67 miles an hour, and it went dun 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 dun, and it hit the rev limiter in the CDI. And that's the only time I've ever hit the rev limiter. When we were pulling the trailers, they were actually adding enough drag to us, aerodynamic drag. We never got anywhere near redline. We probably were only running about maybe 75 to 80% of RPM, max on those things. Now going up the hills sometimes in the mountains, we would ring them out pretty close to redline in second gear or third gear or whatever. But we just checked our oil levels daily, change the oil every 1,500 or 2,000 miles, run like a top. Mine still runs just fine. It's got 15,000 hard highway miles on it. No problem. Oh, good question, Sean. Rear brake, a lot, unless you have a bad habit of riding the brake. Uh, Mine's got 10,000 miles on it, and my rear shoes still look new. So I'm betting probably 30,000 miles out of the rear. Generally speaking, you're probably going to be using a lot more front brake, or you should be in most street riding. So you're going to run your pads down on the front long before the rear shoes. And the rear shoes have got a lot more surface area to them as far as brake shoe, lining material than your brake pads would. So it just stands to reason that they're going to last a little bit longer, unless you got a bad habit of riding them or whatever. Uh, Disc, yeah, I wish. Now the Thai PCX 150s are disc rear brake, and on the newer PCXs, if you look at the rear swing arm support bracket on the right side that's behind the exhaust, it's actually got hangers and cutouts for a rear disc. But Honda only has rear disc on PCX in the Thai market, and that's the only market as far as I'm aware. Even the Japanese market doesn't have a rear disc on theirs. It's a cost savings thing. It's kind of silly, but I don't know. I don't get it. And now with a lot of manufacturers mandating, or sorry, governments mandating dual channel ABS, I don't know how they're doing rear ABS on a drum brake. I don't know how that works. I've never seen drum ABS before. You don't get the City Grip. Interesting. Yeah, we have City Pros as well. Uh, but I've noticed that the City Pro is not as common here as the City Grip. But it depends on which size of tire. Um, the City Grips aren't offered in sizes for my Super Cub in the 17 inch, They're just in the smaller scooter size wheels. The City Pro, however, is available in the 17-inch for the Super Cup. So I've actually got City Pros. I had that's a good question. I have 3 of them, but they're not in my possession. That from 2 years ago on the Cannonball, another one of the guys that ran the Cannonball brought them home to Houston in his truck, and I never picked those up. I never installed them. That's funny. I just thought of those. Funny. I've got 3 brand new City Pro tires, never been used. I wonder if he's thrown those things away by now. Okay. Roy, electric cane or flashlight? Nice. Electric cane. Yeah, stun guns are good, but depends on the threat that you're trying to neutralize. Yeah, that's a good point. Combi braking, yeah. And I don't know why Australia just went through some crazy stuff. Hang on one second. Front only front it says, yeah. Susan, thanks for tuning in. we're shooting the shit. I'll probably stay in here a few more minutes and I'll shut it down too. I gotta get up early in the morning. Yeah, Sean. So they're doing CBS or combined braking on a lot of them to get by the ABS requirements. However, Australia just went through some big legislative bullshit last year that affected imports for this year, and they can no longer bring in the Super Cub, the Trail Cub, a handful of bikes because they don't have dual front and rear ABS, and something about the linked braking doesn't work right or whatever. I don't remember what their legislative requirements were, but anyway, a whole handful of bikes that they liked over there they can't get now until Honda and Yamaha redesign them for their market. Stupid. Hey, Serenaded, thanks for hanging in so long. Yeah, I'm probably going to shut it down. I'll give it 10 more minutes. We've got 54 of us in here, which I can't believe, but that's okay. um, yeah, so thanks for tuning in. John, good question. Safety tips that kept me alive on the road. If I could distill it down to like two statements, it would be assume that you're invisible all the time, because even if they see you, they don't see you, or they don't give a shit, and they're going to try to hit you anyway because they're bigger, and they're going to try to bully you. So just assume that you're invisible. 2 is assume the worst, treat it like a chess game. You always want to leave yourself an out. You always want to leave yourself an exit, whether it's stopping distance or a lane choice or something that gives you an alternative to get away from a threat. Those 2 things have kept me upright and alive and never down on the pavement in 38 years until just 2 months ago. There's nothing I could do about that one, unfortunately. There's just no amount of proactive riding could have fixed that problem, other than not being there at that particular time. I don't know if you know about the accident, but I was on my PCX, and a guy came flying out of a parking lot at 25 miles an hour into traffic, never looked, never even turned his head. I was looking at his head. He never turned his head. And he stopped right in front of me in the middle lane, parked diagonally in the lane because he wanted to round behind another line of traffic. And I was going 45 miles an hour, and there just was not enough room to stop. So I hit the brakes as hard as I could. The front wheel locked. The scooter doesn't have ABS on it, and the front wheel folded, and I went over at about 10, maybe 15 miles an hour. So first time in 2 million plus miles and 38 plus years on the road, first time on the pavement. But up to that point, my strategy has been sound. Assume you're invisible, because you are. They just don't give a shit. Yes, so does mine. My PCX, the 2015, has CBS, so the front disc. Whenever you press on the front master cylinder, there are 2 lines. There's one that goes down into the caliper, and there's a return line that comes out of the caliper to activate the rear brakes to some extent. Unfortunately, without ABS, when you do a panic stop, you can still lock that front wheel. So, yeah. Roy, can't find shell for long 45. Interesting. Well, long Colt 45, it depends on what you're shooting it out of, but 410 shotgun shells also shoot out of long Colt. I don't know if you know that. 410 shot shell will fire out of most long Colt cylinders. The Taurus Judge pistol uses exactly that arrangement. Earned by the hour. I don't get paid for any of this, man. This is all donations and hanging out and shooting the shit. Earned by the hour. That'd be fun. That's a good point. A Ural sidecar, if it's not Ural. Okay, so sidecar motor. What do you mean motor? Old World War II footage. Well, yeah. I mean, if you're interested in just the Ural is based on the original Russian Dnepr, D-N-E-P-R, I think is how you say it, Dnepr, which was actually stolen from BMW. So that same basic design has been around for a long time, but it was basically a BMW flat, boxer motor, and they used those on the battlefield for getting where even tanks couldn't go sometimes. Great machines. How do I wear protection and not sweat to death? That's another good question, John. Um, the old adage that everyone says, the ATGAT mantra. ATGAT stands for all the gear all the time. ATTGAT, whatever. Yeah, ATGAT. In the southern climates, like Houston, anywhere close to the Gulf, Florida is just as bad, Alabama, Louisiana, Memphis, Tennessee, anything southern USA, but especially where it's really humid, you can't wear all that gear and not have physical ramifications from it. Heat stroke being the biggest issue. So I don't do ATGAT, I do most of the gear all the time, and that means helmet, jacket, gloves, and riding shoes or riding boots. But I do not wear the armored pants or full heavy armored jacket and all that kind of stuff. I wear a mesh jacket that's got reasonable elbow protection and shoulder pads and stuff like that in it, but it has to flow a lot of air because in Houston, any humid climate, especially in traffic when you're commuting, you end up sitting still and there's no extra air flowing past you. So any of your your horizontal surfaces, the tops of your shoulders, your arms if they're outstretched, and the tops of your legs are just going to take the sun. They're going to soak. You get heat soak. And if you've got those heavy armored pants on, your legs are one of the areas of your body that will insulate the most heat, and it causes more temperature regulation problems than anywhere else on your body. Your head and your legs are the areas that can cause you the most problems. So I don't wear the armored pants. It's just regular jeans, and I take my chances. Hopefully I don't go down and mash up my knees. But yeah, the word is mesh, all mesh. And thanks so much, Roy. Hey, thanks for the 10 spot. Appreciate it, Roy. Yeah, so I use a lot of mesh gear, mesh gloves, mesh jacket, and then I manage the rest of the heat with athletic shirts and stuff that wicks perspiration away quite a bit. It's the only way to survive it. Thanks, Roy. I appreciate it, man. That's awesome. Oop, I'm gonna pack it up. Just want to say thanks. Hey, appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in, man. All the way from South Africa. I do appreciate it. I wish you could get out and do moto camping, man. That's no good. But if you ever get a chance to visit the U.S., let me know, and I'll try to ride out to meet you somewhere, and I'll show you how we camp. That'd be a lot of fun. John is back. Nice. PCX16 is available. Nice. So John, you're down under. You probably got a better line on what the stuff was I was talking about earlier. Australia just had a big shakeup on their regulations for motorcycle imports last year, I think it was. you're not able to get a lot of the smaller bikes that have only got single channel ABS or non-linked brakes or something like that. So the Super Cub, the Trail Cub, a bunch of stuff had to stop being imported down there. To correct me if I'm wrong. So. Yeah, you got it. You got it, Susan. That's exactly right. Yeah, and a lot of people have flamed me and given me shit over the years. You know, they say, "Why aren't you wearing full gear? You should be a role model," and blah 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 blah. And I said, "Well, I'd rather be alive and not dead from heat stroke." You just don't get it. You can't sit in Houston heat when it's 102 outside at 70% humidity and the pavement is radiating up 135-degree heat at you. You cannot be in full gear, riding, riding pants, all that stuff. You'll die. You'll literally die before you get across town. You can't do it. You should be a role model. California. Hey man, thanks for the good wishes on the Cannonball. I'm looking to get out of here. Hopefully, this time next week I'll be gone. I'm trying to get out crack of dawn next Saturday, so I'm going to start doing some live streams and hopefully catch on some of those on the road. ABS, yeah, but it's not just ABS, right, John? It's front and rear ABS. Something about just front only ABS. That's why the Super Cub had to stop being brought in, or something along those lines. Couldn't believe it. I was like, are you kidding me? You got it. Dress for the slide, not for the ride. Absolutely. So mesh, but we've got to have mesh gear here for airflow. Have to have airflow. Doug, thanks for tuning in, Doug. Done wrenching on the ADV. Hope you get a lot done. Yep, cool, man. Appreciate it. I'm about to shut her down in a few minutes too. So we got 60 people in here. Every time I look at the clock or the counter, we got more in here than I saw earlier. We were down to 50 at one point. I thought it was winding down. So what do we got? I missed somebody saying something a few minutes ago. I think it was a sidecar thing. Yeah. Travis. Oh, nice. Fishing boat in the Gulf. Where? Gulf? Toward Florida? Louisiana? Where are you going to be? Glenn's trying to get rid of his trail and his old lady in one shot. Man, she better not be watching this. She's going to have your ass, Glenn. Alabama. All right. Awesome. So you going out deep fishing or just local within, within sight of land? Are you doing blue water? John, belts on scooters. Well, it depends on the scoot. Most of them are good for anywhere from 12 to 16,000 miles, but it depends on the scoot. The PCXs, for example, I want to say they're 16,000 miles is what the factory says to replace them. In fact, I can pull it up. Maybe. No, I don't have my service manual down here. I'd have to get the service manual. It's not in the regular owner's manual. Anyway, some of them are as frequent as about 8 or 10,000 miles, but usually those aren't the Japanese scoots. Most of the Japanese scoots are 12 to 16, somewhere in that range. Even my Silverwing 600, the big monkey, that thing is 12,000 miles, I believe. And that thing takes a lot of torque, and the belt on it is stupid expensive too. It's like $160, $170 belt. Every time I replace it, I wince, like, ow, damn, chains aren't even that much. Hey, Corny, yeah, you got it. Yeah, man, I do all kinds of bikes, not just scooters and small bore stuff. I got big stuff, but I don't like the go fast and doing dangerous stuff on the roads, and it seems like those are the popular channels these days. Everyone's looking for that, you know, looking to find somebody doing stunts down the road going 100 miles an hour. I'm not that guy. Not anymore anyway. And if I do, I'm not going to televise it. I do it occasionally, but I don't televise it. Trade you for a cat. Nice. Oh, 50 miles. Yeah, you're getting out in blue water then. Yeah. Yeah, anything past, 20 miles. Hey man, 50 miles, you're out, that's international water, aren't you? You're getting out in international. Cool. Lifer Nav. Hey, I didn't know you were still in. Thanks for tuning in, man. 50cc scoots can be as little as 2K. That's interesting. Not on most of the Japanese ones, or at least none of the ones that I've seen. Even the Ruckus, I think, is 12,000. Metropolitan, I think, is 12,000. Something like that. Yeah, but most of the Japanese bikes, it's 12 to 16. Kind of normal. Wicked Stock CE Armor shirt, keep you cool. Nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, you sent me the links on that on Instagram. Yeah, thanks, Roy. I need to shop before the Cannonball. I need to go get some different underwear. Let's talk about undergarments. Um, I want to go over to Duluth Trading, and maybe there was one other store that I was looking at, and they've got athletic shorts that are longer. They're almost like boxers, but they're not loose boxers, and they're made of the sweat wicking material, and they're supposed to not give you pressure points on the backs of your legs, like where the seams of the underwear and stuff are. And that's what I've noticed gets me most on my long rides, especially like the Cannonball. You're doing days and days and days of sitting in the same position, and if it's not the underwear that's biting into the back of my legs or something, it's the seams on the pockets on the jeans leaving impressions in my ass, and it drives me nuts. I'm like, oh God, I'm standing up a little bit and stretching out the pant legs and trying to get the pressure points out of there. So I think this year for the Cannonball, I'm going to try some of those Duluth Trading. I forget the name of it, but they've got these longer boxers. They looked interesting, so I'm going to try them out and see how they are. And I don't want to wear biking shorts because those things end up biting the back of your, like the middle around your hamstring. So, California, recent car accident, cycle lay down. How's your wife go? Oh, she gets over it, and she blames it all on me anyway. But she knows I'm resilient. I grew up kind of trying to kill myself doing BMX freestyle and jumping off of buildings with Matt Hoffman and all that kind of stuff. So I'm used to knowing where those limits are. Now, of course, riding on the street and having car accidents and all that, some of that you just have no control over. And I've been very blessed in my driving and riding career to never have any really serious accidents until just lately. And neither one of those was avoidable. There's nothing that I could have done. So it's almost like fate is catching up to me, saying, oh, you've had good luck for how long? Oh, you're overdue. Thank you for that. Yikes. Navi wheelie video. I can do Navi wheelie videos. It's not hard to wheelie that thing. Maintaining the wheelie is the tricky part. You can goose it and pull it up, but it's very hard to get it on balance and keep it there because it's got a really narrow, small rear tire. I've done it. It's hard. If you let about half of the pressure out of the tire, get it down to about 8 or 9 pounds, then it's much easier. LA, where you got a family reunion to pick up chicks. Ooh, that's harsh. Rough House 50. Interesting. Taiwanese. Interesting. So how much are the belts on that thing? I mean, they've got to be cheap. It's like a rubber band, right? You could probably stack up a few postal rubber bands and just, double your mileage there. Modular helmet. Light color for heat management. That's a good question. Modular helmet is always my preference. They're not mechanically the strongest as far as protection on impact, but the convenience factor can't be beat, especially if you spend as much time in a helmet or on a bike as I do. Being able to flip the thing up and take a drink or hack a loogie or blow your nose or whatever it is, you can't do that with a regular helmet. You actually got to lift it up and undo the chin strap, lift it up, that kind of thing, or figure out how to snake a bite valve or something in over the top of the chin bar and under the knee. Pain in the ass. So modular helmets are definitely the way to go if you can find one in your budget that's quiet enough. Light colors, I've found that it doesn't matter whether you're wearing a light colored helmet or a dark colored helmet. It doesn't make that much difference in temperature. If you're sitting still a lot in stop traffic, yeah, it can make a difference. If you're in motion, no difference. It could be flat black to soak up all the rays. It could be silver to reflect everything. Not going to be any difference internally because you're moving so much air through the helmet, and the thick EPS liner that's above your head acts as an insulator anyway, so you're not getting direct heat from the shell of the helmet. Kevlar jeans, oh, I beg to differ. They are uncomfortable. In Houston heat, they are uncomfortable. I've got two very expensive pair of jeans that I do not wear. I paid $300 for one pair of jeans, and I've worn them exactly twice. They're just too hot. They don't breathe. They've got thin enough padding in the knees that they're bendable, and they're okay to wear. You can walk in them. They don't feel like riding pants, but they just don't breathe. And my legs were cooking so bad in them, I literally turned around halfway through a work day to change out of them. Couldn't deal with it. Yeah, modular helmets. Yeah, especially like the Schuberth. Any of your high-end helmets are going to have very, very good venting. Schuberth is always going to be my favorite. The Shoei Neotech 2 is what I'm wearing now, and it's excellent on airflow, but the wind noise is kind of a problem with it compared to the Schuberth. Schuberth is much quieter. I haven't found any helmet that's quieter than the Schuberth. 25 bucks. What? Oh yeah, for the belts. Yeah, yeah, that's cheap enough. I haven't even priced out the belts for the Navi. I'm sure they're probably 25 bucks or maybe even less. They're probably so cheap. The PCX belts are getting expensive. I think they're 60 or 80 bucks each. And the Silverwing, the last belt I bought for that thing was $187. I was not happy about it. Does Neil ride scooters exclusively? Yes. He only rides, he's only got two scoots right now. He had a big BMW GS 1100, I think it was, but it died in a flood in Louisiana several years ago, and he just never got back to doing anything with it. So he rides a Zuma 125 and a, what was it, a 2016 Zuma 125, one of the older ones. He's got his S-Max 155 scooter that he's going to be riding on the Cannonball, and he's also got a brand new 2022 Zuma 125 fuel injected that he hasn't been riding much or doing much with, and he wanted to just give it to me for several months. That way I could dick around with it and play with it, review it on my channel and all that. But that was right around the time that I broke my hand and the PCX thing, and we ran out of time. So if he's still not playing with that thing after the Cannonball, I might take a trip out to his house on my Navi, some slow ride all the way out to Baton Rouge, and I'll leave my Navi there and bring his Zuma 125 back to Houston, and I'll have him do his fancy, all this kind of custom fabrication crazy stuff on my Navi. He'll probably have a blast. Oh, good question, John. How many pounds? Okay, so the trailers that we've got, the SurePax trailers, feel best under 50 pounds. We started out our Cannonball trip in 21 when we left Houston on July 1st. We probably had 85 pounds of shit on those trailers. And we didn't have it distributed correctly. We had too much weight up high above the pivot point, the central pivot that allows it to go left, right. And we had issues with tail wag and with the bike feeling unstable and stuff like that. And so we knew that they were overloaded, first and foremost. So once we finally got all the way up to Maine, we shipped like 25 pounds worth of stuff each back home to get it off of the trailer. And then from that point, we figured out, okay, we also need to do weight management to get it down low and forward as far as possible. So we repacked and rearranged the way that we had our trailers set up inside. And we got down to about 45 pounds, we think, ballpark. I never weighed it, but that's cargo weight. The trailer itself weighs 35 pounds, empty, without the tote in it. So 35 pounds worth of trailer itself, and then put a 45-pound tote in it. So total weight of 80 pounds, ballpark. That's where it felt tolerable. If you can drop the weight even further, it's even better. But again, we were pulling it with very small bikes, so they had their own issues just pulling their own weight, plus our fat asses, plus all the other stuff. So with a different trailer hitch, or what's called the hoop on those trailers, on a different bike, it would be wider. So you would have a little bit more torsional stability than with our narrower hoops that we had for the Super Cubs. And we noticed that anything over about 50 pounds worth of cargo, it was causing flex in that hoop or the hitch, to where the trailer would get to wobbling, and we could actually see it on the camera where the front portion that tied to the axle was flexing and bending. So anyway. Yeah, it's all over, Roy, everywhere in Texas, but the big cities are getting crazy. How do I get to California? Go west, sir. Go west. Now, we're going to be taking rural highways. I'll be taking Highway 36, Texas 36, out of the Houston area, kind of west and northwest. And then that joins me up to a couple of smaller highways, 211 and something else. And then we'll be going right into New Mexico, Los Alamos area, I think. And then just kind of wandering our way through Arizona into California. CB, hey, how's it going, buddy? You just woke up early, very early. Yeah, I'm going to shut it down in a little bit. I'm going to kill it at midnight. So we still have 52 of us in here, which is surprising. So we got 15 more minutes of chatting and bullshitting. No, Glenn, yeah. If you want to ride all the way out there to Louisiana, that'd be fun. Earplugs. Oh, hey, THT. Yes, absolutely, earplugs. You, Skippy. Yep. Uh, the high frequency noise from the wind rush past the helmet, not to mention engine noise and everything else, is extremely damaging to your hearing, especially when it's done for long periods of time, like a road trip or extended riding on the highway, anything like that. So yes, I always wear earplugs. I usually have the little, disposable foam earplugs, like shooters earplugs. But recently I've gotten these new ones. Let me see if they're right here on the counter. Yes, they are. I got a set of these recently. I've been trying them out, and I like them. They're rather pricey for what they are. Vibes, and they're semi-permanent, reusable little earplugs, not like the foam throwaways. And they look like your typical little, AirPod kind of arrangement. It's a soft silicone tip. They don't really put a lot of pressure on your ear, and they've got a hole that goes through them, so they're not solid like a foam earplug would be. And here in the middle, they've got a little ceramic cartridge. You won't be able to see it on this camera, but they've got a noise attenuating cartridge in this little tube. So they don't provide as much noise rejection as the foam earplugs, because usually those are 30 to 33 decibel reduction. These are, I think, 18 decibel reduction, something like that. But it's enough that it cuts that high frequency damaging sound that ends up giving you concert head. Like you go to a loud concert and you feel like you got cotton in your ears for the next 2 days. This is preventing that. So I've been riding with these for the last, I don't know, a couple weeks, and I like them. They're good. They're very comfortable, and when you put them in your ear, they don't get hit by your helmet or anything like that. So it's flush right there. It stops right at the edge of your ear. It doesn't stick out. You can just kind of barely see it right there, and it doesn't get in the way. So when you put your helmet on or off, they don't get yanked out of your ears. And I find that these are a lot more comfortable than the foam earplugs, because the foam ones, when they've been in there for a while and they keep expanding and they're pressing outward and inward on your eardrum and all that, they cause, discomfort after 12 hours on the road. Wearing a big glove. What? I'm 6 minutes behind. How did that happen? Wearing a glove with sliders or big wrist straps help with my hand injury. Oh, that's a good point. Wrist straps, no, but my gloves are armored. See if I can find those real quick. I think they're on the counter. Do 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 do. How about now? I ran my microphone out of juice. Sorry, I've been talking to nothing for a couple of minutes. Sound. Sound Sound check, sound check. So what happens when you don't have a production agent? Puppet show. Yeah, now it's back. Okay, so back to what I was saying. I went to go get, where did my audio drop out? Was it the earplugs or the gloves? I'm looking, I'm looking, I'm looking. Okay, anyway, so what I was saying about the vibes, we'll go back to those real quick. The gloves. Okay, all right. So don't need to talk about the earplugs. So the gloves. These are the Olympia digital protectors, is what I was saying. They are padded palms. They've got cowhide leather, and this is the glove that I was wearing when I went down, and you can see it right there. That scarring right there and right there is where it hit the ground. So 10 miles an hour, and that's the only damage to the glove. This knuckle got scraped a tiny bit right here, but the right side glove is the one that took more of a beating as I went over the bike trying to get my hands down. And those armored knuckles right there saved these knuckles from being broken. So that's a carbon fiber, I think, or some kind of a hard thermoplastic resin, whatever. They're pretty tough. So what I was saying during my puppet show is no, I don't think any other kind of glove would have made a difference for not breaking the bones in my hand, unless it were a really, really thick padding, but then it would be hard to bend your fingers and, you know, operate controls and that kind of thing on a motorcycle. So anyway, racing gloves would probably do a little better in that case, but, you know, 15 miles an hour, 10, 15 miles an hour hitting the ground. It was the impact of hitting the ground that broke the knuckles and the bones in the side of my hand here. Okay, so it was gloves, gloves, gloves. Okay. Oh, he just sent me a text saying I lost sound. Yeah, yeah. The wireless mic gave up. I use these little Rode wireless mics, and they get about 4 or 5 hours worth of battery, and we are at 451, so we're not quite 5 hours, but the battery, she died. She no flashy. Anywho, any other questions before we hit the witching hour of midnight? Armored gloves. Yep, got to have gloves. Always got to have gloves. I didn't know you were in, Lisa. Howdy, Lisa. That's my sister. Foul mouth talk. I was being censored. Recap. Okay, so hopefully, did I recap it? Did I get it? Missing out on the glove story? Yep. Okay. All right. All right. I think that was it. That's what happens when it gets close to midnight. At least I haven't taken you guys to the bathroom with me yet. All right. That's how these always go, Lisa. I'm like, all right, I've run out of stuff to talk about. I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. And then 4 or 5 new questions come in. Oh, yeah, let's talk about that. Hey, Corny's still in here. The intercom, that's a good question. The Cardo Pack Talk that I've been using for the last several years has 1.2 kilometer from rider to rider, but it's a mesh system, and you can have up to 12 or 10, I think 10 riders in the first version of their mesh. And the total range from front to back can be, I want to say 6 kilometers or 8 kilometers, something like that. I'm not sure how it works out. So it can't chain one to the next at full distance. But still, I mean, you're talking a kilometer between riders, so that's pretty good. And from the front to the back of the pack, 4 or 5 kilometers total distance, something like that. Works pretty well. Now, I just got a new one, the new Edge version, which is the upgrade to that original one that I was wearing. Excuse me. And it's supposed to have better range and better mesh capabilities, but I haven't tried it out yet. This will be the first ride with it. We're going to see how it works. Whoop. John, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's almost totally recovered. That's as far as I can bend these fingers. The ring finger I can get down a little bit further, but the pinky finger, that's all I can get out of it. It just doesn't close any further than that. This knuckle was broken and it's still very swollen compared to this hand. It's probably twice the size, and it won't bend any further than that. That's all I can get out of it. I can try as hard as I can and it just hurts. It won't bend. This one I can close, totally into a fist, but no. Hopefully over time that's going to get better, but we'll find out. Jim, yes, this ride does start in California, out in San Clemente. So I'll be leaving the Houston area on June 10th. So next Saturday, first thing in the morning, I'm headed out, and I need to be in California on no later than the 16th. So Neil and several other riders, we're all going to be kind of meeting somewhere either between here in the Houston area up to the West Texas, close to Lubbock area. Somewhere in that range, we're going to meet up, and then we'll caravan together the rest of the way out to California. Yeah, yeah, I think that's what we were just talking about, Lisa. Uh, ISCO oiler. I've never heard of an ISCO oiler, John, but I have seen what is it? The Scott oiler. Scott oiler makes an automatic lube. They've got an electronic version, and they've also got one that's vacuum mechanical pump, and it sucks a little bit of oil out of a reservoir and drips it down a tube that drips onto the chain. I've used those. They're actually quite good. The only problem is they usually over lubricate, and for really long road trips, they typically only last about 1,000 miles before you have to refill that reservoir. I can do 1,000 miles in a day. I'm not going to refill that reservoir every day. Almost 6 a.m. Can I go back to sleep? Yes, I'm gonna be shutting it down very quickly. $2 on Texas Lotto. Hey, don't spend that all in one place, man. You can almost buy a tall boy with that. Jim, so the race starts in California. I just ride there, yeah, and then my path is going to be a little different. So it's like a squash triangle. I'm going from Houston area out to San Clemente, California, and then across the country, almost straight across the middle to South Carolina, and then from South Carolina back to Houston. So it's a squash triangle, about 6,100 miles, I think, is what my total is. So that's it. It's going to be 3 weeks on the road, going in a circle, squashed circle. Yeah, broke your thumb in '82. Yeah, I've got a few of those. I've broken most of my knuckles off over time, but that was when I was younger, and they healed. This one is rounded off. You can see there's no knuckle there. That's been broken at least twice. This one is not healing the same way anymore. The warranty is expired, and I can't get parts. Oh, Jim, a good Italian in San Clemente takeout. Hmm. Do tell. What's the name? Because we'll be in San Clemente area for 2 days, 3 days. We'll be there Thursday, late Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then we're leaving on the 18th, which is Sunday. Yeah. Pulling up scooter Cannonball run. Scooter. Too slow. I think I'm going to kill the stream if I keep goofing off here. Come on. Go. Yeah, 18th. So it's Father's Day. It's Sunday is when we're heading out of California. Yep, you got it. East Coast, West Coast, round. Oil chain after every ride, end of the day, 5,300 miles, and chain still looks new. Yeah, I haven't had that good a luck on my mini motos, Glenn, but I do long, hard highway miles, and it eats up those standard roller chains pretty fast. If you don't keep them well lubricated, they die fast. Pedro Tacos in South Carolina. Cool. Cool, Roy. Yeah, I mean, anytime you want to come down, we'll figure out a meetup. Part of old age, that's right. Once the warranty expires, you're screwed. Good luck. They don't make replacement parts for these 50-plus-year-old models anymore. Past the statute of limitations. That's right. Less cartilage, more calcium. Cool. Thanks for that, Jim. Pedro's San Clemente. Cool. All right. Yeah, we'll have to check that out. We'll be there for at least 2 days. Latter half of Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday. So yeah, cool. Well, anybody else got any last minute questions? It's 12:03. I will shut it down soon-ish before I turn into a pumpkin. Abstract question. Does the country feel big when you ride across it, or does it feel smaller now that you've done so many? You know, that's a great question. That is a great question. When you're out there in it, it feels absolutely massive. And nothing was more humbling to me. And in fact, my favorite picture of the entire Cannonball run was when we were in Utah, in the Great Basin Desert, crossing Utah. And we're out there with these huge mountain rims all the way around us. And we're on these straight roads that are just laser straight, flat to the horizon. You feel like you're never going to get to the other end of it. And I just stopped in the middle of the road and took a picture of the Cub sitting there with mountains on the horizon in the background and this road that goes forever out in front of it. And you feel so incredibly small and insignificant out there in the face of that massive landscape. But then in retrospect, once it's all done and you've done 10,000 miles around the country in a big loop, you're like, yeah, I remember every one of those places. It's no big deal. But if you play it back in your head to those individual scenes, it's like, holy shit, this place is massive. But in total, it feels small. It's a weird dichotomy. But every time I get out there on it, once you finish it, it's almost a depression that you go through because you don't want to go back to the grind of the normal day to day. So it's always looking for that next big adventure, that next fix, you know, the drug addict, you know, needing the next fix, to get out there on the road and be in that massive open landscape again, where it's not confined by what feels so small by memory. Weird. It's hard to explain until you've done it. And I've done it so many times on different bikes, but I've never done it on a little bike until now. The Cannonball in 21 is the first time I've ever done it on that small of a machine. But I've done, you know, countless coast to coasts and cars and motorcycles, and whether it's north, south, east, west, whatever. But that path that we took in 21, the big triangle that I did around the country, that was fun. That was definitely good. I just wish we could have gone into Canada for some of it, but you know, the borders were closed. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, so new chain and sprockets, put it, yeah, as long as it's not stretched out, you can reuse it. Touring near Phoenix on the way to San Clemente. That's a good question. I could look at the path. I'll post the path later, and like I mentioned earlier, I'm going to have a live GPS track, kind of with our rough itinerary of where we're going to be going, and my live GPS, you know, where I am, and it's going to show a moving map. At least that's the hope, the goal. So you'll be able to see kind of where we're going. I don't know if we're going through Phoenix or not. I'm not sure. I'll find out. I'm not leading that part of the trip. Neil is in charge of the route. So, oh yeah, good question. That's what I was just talking about. Not everything that I wanted to do because I don't have all the tech in place yet, but I'm going to do as much of it as possible, and I will have a live map track going for every day of the event. And I'll try to jump in there, and it'll be remote camera, you know, kind of like what we're doing here. So over in the chat window that you guys are seeing on one side, this is reversed. There'll be a chat running, and instead of my face being in part of it, it'll be a live map track when I'm not available. When I am available, then I'll be in here. So at least you guys will be able to see something of what's going on. Am I doing a viewer meetup in California? Sure. Anybody that wants to come out. Anyone is welcome to meet up with us anywhere along the route. If you go to scootercannonballrun.com and click on the route button, it'll give you the starting and ending points of kind of where we're going to be and the route map. And I'll be posting more detailed information about the hotels, the starting and finishing point for each day, and anybody that's anywhere near those areas that wants to come through and meet and greet all the riders, you're welcome to come out. But on that route map page on the Scooter Cannonball website, it shows exactly where all of the checkpoints are, where the highways, the routes that we're taking, everything. It's a 100% coast to coast route, so you can match that up with the day and the time of when we're supposed to be going through that area, and hope to see you on the road. It'll be fun. Let's see. Courtney, great. Have a good morning. I will be signing off soon. Drone footage, John, that's a good question. I don't know. Drones have gotten so contentious lately with the size of drone that you can fly and where you can fly it. I don't know if I'm going to get into that. I might. But I do have a new 360 camera that's got a really long selfie pole on it, and it does what's called virtual drone. So if you get a long enough stick on there, and then when you're editing the software, you can move it around and wave it around way high above things, 5, 8, 10 feet above stuff, and it looks like a drone footage. So I might play with that. We'll see. Robbie, leaving early morning 16th to ride to San Clemente. And where are you coming out of, Robbie? You've told me, but I can't remember. Early Saturday morning on the 16th to ride. So you must be a lot closer to, yeah, so you're Phoenix area. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're much closer. Yeah, Phoenix, okay, yeah. Yeah, I was just putting it together through the comments. Yeah, so I'm not sure. We'll let you know as we're getting around that area. Send me an email to quasimotard@gmail.com, or reach out to me through the forum on the Scooter Cannonball Run, and we'll exchange phone numbers and all that, and maybe we can coordinate our routes to kind of arrive and get into the San Clemente area or something like that. We're going to be camping just outside of San Clemente. I forget the name of the town. It's like 10 miles away from the start finish. So yeah, we'll find each other. SB, thanks for tuning in. Thanks, everybody. 70-year-old Quasi attempted on an electric scooter. Electric, I don't know. Bicycle. I think I'd do bicycle before I'd do electric scooter. Sanchez Mexican food. Cool. Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. Past bedtime, you got it. That's right. Thanks, Connie. Yeah, I'm getting tired. My eyes are starting to droop. I'm like, yeah. Well, any last minute questions? We still have 54 people in here, which I find odd to, but there's not 54 of us talking, but. Nude beach? Nah, ain't going there. No thanks. Probably be a bunch of old fat hippies. I definitely don't want to see that. If I want to see that, I'll go look in the mirror. Paco, hey, thanks for tuning in, man. It's free. Not if I got to show my junk, it ain't free. They got to pay me for that. John, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. I will catch you all later. Thanks for tuning in and sharing the night with me. It was fun. Had a lot of chatting and fun here. If I missed your questions, I do apologize. They run in so fast at times, I just forget to go back and check them. But I will try to catch up with you all through the week leading up to my departure next Saturday. I'll have some impromptu live streams, and I'm going to try to edit and post a couple more videos before I hit the road. But other than that, I'll catch you on the road. See y'all later.